What happens when envy festers in the heart of a goddess? The air crackles with tension, heavy and electric, as Juno, the formidable queen of the Roman pantheon, stands atop Olympus, surveying the world below with eyes forged in both fury and despair. Shadows loom long over her domain, and every whisper of the wind seems to carry her name, a name that evokes both reverence and dread. Her crown, adorned with the weight of countless betrayals, gleams menacingly under the fiery gaze of the sun, a beacon of her power and a testament to her anguish. Betrayal runs deep in the veins of the divine, and Juno knows this truth all too well. Her heart pulses with a tempest of emotions, each beat echoing the betrayals of her husband, Jupiter, whose infidelities unravel the fabric of her once stable world. The sweet scent of incense wafts through the air, masking the bitter taste of her jealousy, stirring ancient memories of thwarted love and unfulfilled promises. With every flicker of her candlelit altar, the specters of past rivals rise, taunting her with their beauty and grace, each a reminder of her fragility in the face of a cruel fate. Tonight, under a shroud of stars, Juno prepares to confront her demons. The celestial tapestry above flickers with the brooding energy of impending chaos. An urgent pull tightens in her chest, a warning that something momentous is about to shatter the silence of the heavens. With a heart as thunderous as the storm brewing on the horizon, she gathers her thoughts, weaving them into a web of resolve and retribution. But what price must she pay to reclaim her shattered pride? As she descends, the very ground trembles, echoing the turmoil within her. Each step is a declaration of war against the fates that conspire against her. The golden halls of Olympus grow dim under the weight of her resolve, and the air thickens with foreboding. Lesser gods watch in awe and terror, their eyes wide with the knowledge that Juno's wrath can unleash calamity upon mortals and immortals alike. A flicker of doubt crosses their minds. Could this be the moment when she crosses the line from queen to tyrant? The whispers of prophecy swirl around her, foretelling a confrontation that will shake the foundations of Olympus. As she reaches the edge of her realm, the boundary between goddess and mortal blurs, and time itself seems to hold its breath. Her heart races with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The choice she faces could alter the course of history. What will unfold when a goddess driven by jealousy ignites the powder keg of divine discord? Will Juno's rage unleash a storm that drowns the world in chaos, or will it bring forth a new era of power, where no one dares to challenge her? The tension escalates, and the answers lie just ahead, waiting for the moment she takes her next breath. The cosmos trembles, as the very fabric of existence quivers at the precipice of a monumental clash. In the beginning, when the world was still fresh and the gods walked among mortals, a powerful and captivating figure was born. A figure whose very essence would weave its way through the fabric of time, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dared to believe in her. Juno, a name that would echo through the chambers of history, came into the world in a swirl of divine light and celestial music. She was not just a goddess. She was a force, a protector, a fierce warrior cloaked in the grace of a queen. From the very moment of her birth, Juno was surrounded by extraordinary beings. Her mother, Ops, was the goddess of fertility and plenty, a nurturing spirit who embodied the earth's bounty. Ops held Juno close to her heart, whispering ancient secrets into her ears. The wisdom of the ages, the delicate balance of nature, and the power of femininity. As Ops cradled her, the warmth of their bond radiated, igniting a flame of strength and resilience within Juno, a flame that would one day light the way for countless souls. But Juno's origins were not merely about her mother. Her father, the mighty Saturn, ruled over the ages with a heavy hand. Saturn, a titan of immense power, was known for his harshness and his unyielding grip on time itself. The stories of his reign were filled with both awe and dread, for he was a father who had swallowed his own children to prevent a prophecy that foretold his downfall. In the shadows of his tyranny, Juno and her siblings existed, a reminder of the fierce struggle between power and vulnerability. As Juno grew, she found herself bonded with her brothers and sisters, Pluto, Neptune, and Vesta, each a piece of her heart. Together, They were marked by a destiny entwined with their father's dark legacy. This tight-knit family was a sanctuary amid the chaos of their father's rule, a bond forged in shared fears and whispered hopes in the dead of night. Juno, the eldest daughter, felt the weight of responsibility on her young shoulders. She became their protector, the beacon of hope in a world overshadowed by dread. When the time came for Juno to face her father, the tension was palpable. With each heartbeat, she could feel her resolve hardening, a steeliness creeping into her spirit. The prophecy loomed large, a specter in the shadows, reminding her of the choices that lay ahead. She stood before Saturn, a luminous figure against the dark backdrop of his throne, her heart racing like thunder. "I will not be a pawn in your game," she declared, her voice steady, a challenge that rang through the air like a war cry. In that moment, Juno revealed her true nature, fierce yet compassionate, a blend of strength and grace. She refused to be swallowed by her father's fear, determined to rewrite the narrative that had bound her family for so long. With her siblings by her side, they conspired to overthrow Saturn, to break free from the chains of destiny. What followed was a battle that shook the heavens and split the earth, a clash of titanic proportions that would forever change the course of their existence. The path was fraught with danger, but Juno's heart beat with the rhythm of the divine. She rallied her family, igniting a rebellion that would see the Titan topple and the reign of the Olympians rise. The struggle was fierce, and the losses were profound. Yet, each sacrifice carved deeper lines of determination on Juno's face. Each victory painted a brighter hue on her spirit. With every challenge, she grew stronger, her essence becoming a tapestry of courage, love, and indomitable will. As they fought side by side, Juno's bond with her siblings deepened. Pluto, the somber god of the underworld, found solace in her unwavering strength, while Neptune, the tempestuous god of the sea, thrived under her steady guidance. Vesta, the gentle goddess of the hearth, turned to Juno for wisdom, her heart swelling with pride for the sister who stood so fiercely against their father's tyranny. Together, they formed an unbreakable chain of loyalty, their love fortified by the trials they faced. The final confrontation with Saturn reached its fever pitch, a cacophony of clashing wills and thunderous cries. The heavens trembled as Juno wielded her power, radiant and fierce, as if the very cosmos had aligned to amplify her strength. With a surge of energy, she cast aside the weight of prophecy, her aura illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume them. The culmination of her journey led her to the throne of her father, where she stood defiantly, a vision of resolute determination. "Your time has ended, Father," Juno declared, her voice steady, a promise resonating in every syllable. The battlefield fell silent, the air charged with tension. In that moment, she was not just a daughter. She was a goddess, a queen, a warrior. The energy that surrounded her was electric, a pulse that reached deep into the hearts of those who had followed her through shadows and light. And just as the dawn breaks after the darkest night, Juno's triumph sparked a new beginning. With Saturn deposed, a fresh breath of freedom swept through the realms. The gods celebrated, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the wind. But Juno knew that the scars of their past would linger like shadows. Yet, she embraced this new chapter, her heart swelling with hope and a fierce determination to protect the world she had fought so hard to reshape. In her new role, as Queen of the Gods, Juno vowed to safeguard the bonds of family she cherished so deeply. She would stand against any threat that dared to challenge her loved ones, weaving a tapestry of strength and love that would span generations. The echoes of her origins, the struggles and victories, would remain etched in her soul, a reminder of where she came from and the power that lay within. As the skies brightened with the promise of a new era, Juno's journey was just beginning. The battles fought had merely paved the way for the challenges yet to come. With her family by her side and the weight of the past fueling her spirit, she would face whatever awaited her. The world was vast, and the stories yet to unfold were rich with potential, and Juno, with her fierce heart, was ready to embrace every moment that lay ahead. A cool breeze whispered through the ancient streets of Rome, where every stone held a story, every corner a memory. Among these memories stood a majestic structure, its grand dome rising like a guardian over the city, a symbol of power, unity, and the divine. The Roman pantheon, with its imposing columns and open eye to the sky, drew in crowds like moths to a flame. People gazed in awe, experiencing an unshakable connection to something greater than themselves, a feeling as profound as the age of the stones beneath their feet. As visitors crossed the threshold, they entered a world where history and divinity intertwined. The sun's rays streamed in through the oculus, illuminating the sacred space and creating an ethereal ambience. The Pantheon was not just a building. It was a sanctuary that held the weight of 1,000 prayers and the dreams of an empire. Here, the past was alive, echoing through the air, and the significance of this architectural wonder began to unfold like a flower in bloom. Every inch of the Pantheon told a tale of craftsmanship and determination. Built during the reign of Emperor Hadrian around 126 AD, it was a culmination of years of innovation and devotion. The Romans, masters of engineering, turned concrete into artistry, creating a dome that still stands as the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world. The sheer scale of the Pantheon evoked a sense of wonder, as if the very heavens had descended to meet the earth. But why did this magnificent structure resonate so deeply within the hearts of those who stood before it? Perhaps it was the reverence it inspired, a feeling of stepping into the footsteps of giants. The Pantheon was dedicated to all the gods, a testament to the Romans' diverse pantheon of deities. This inclusivity reflected their society, where different cultures and beliefs coalesced into a singular identity. The structure symbolized unity amidst diversity, a reminder that, regardless of their origins, everyone could gather as one. Visitors often found themselves lost in thought, contemplating the painted inscriptions and elaborate details that adorned the interior. The marble floors, like a mosaic of history, cradled the hopes and prayers of countless souls who sought solace within its walls. Each prayer offered a glimpse into the individual's heart, a yearning for guidance, protection, or answers to life's mysteries. The Pantheon cradled these whispers, becoming a vessel for human emotion and longing. With the light shifting through the oculus, the atmosphere shifted too. Some days, the rays danced warmly on the stone. On others, shadows crept as if hiding secrets long forgotten. These variations reflected the changing tides of Roman life, the rise and fall of emperors, the ebb and flow of citizens' fortunes. Each person who entered, regardless of status, felt an undeniable connection to the past and an awareness of their own fleeting existence. It was a humbling realization that echoed within the walls of the Pantheon, a silent reminder that nothing lasts forever. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue through the oculus, the reverence within the Pantheon grew palpable. People gathered, their faces illuminated by the fading light, connecting through shared wonder and unspoken admiration. Among them stood a young artist, eyes wide with inspiration, heart racing with the pulse of creativity. She felt the pull of history, sensing that her brush might one day capture the spirit of this place, that she, too, could add her voice to the symphony of stories woven into its fabric. But the Pantheon was not just a canvas for the artist's dreams. It was a mirror reflecting the struggles of the human spirit. As whispers floated through the air, they told of battles fought, lives lost, and the relentless push toward greatness that defined the Roman Empire. The Pantheon bore witness to the triumphs and tragedies of its people, its stones soaked in sweat, tears, and laughter. The weight of history pressed down, and in that moment, the young artist felt both small and monumental. She was not just an observer. She was part of a lineage that stretched back through time. The night began its descent, and the Pantheon transformed under the cloak of starlight. The sky, a deep indigo canvas, cradled the oculus like a precious jewel. It was in this twilight hour that the significance of the Pantheon deepened, where it became a portal not just to the past but to the future. The dreamers, the builders, the artists, and the philosophers who had walked these hallowed grounds before were woven into the very essence of the place. Their hopes and fears lingered in the air like a gentle sigh, whispering of aspirations yet to be fulfilled. Suddenly, A soft echo rang through the chamber as a philosopher, drawn by the palpable energy, stepped forward to speak. His voice, rich and resonant, filled the pantheon, carrying with it the weight of wisdom and insight. "What does it mean to honor the gods?" he posed to the crowd, his words igniting a spark in the hearts of those who listened. With each syllable, he spoke of sacrifice, devotion, and the profound connection between mortals and the divine, making the air crackle with intensity. The crowd leaned in, their breaths caught in their throats as they hung on his every word. He spoke of the pantheon as more than just stone and mortar. It was a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. Each offering, each prayer, transformed the space into something sacred, enriching the bond between humanity and the divine. The weight of his message settled over them, heavy yet uplifting. In that moment, as the philosopher's voice reverberated through the ancient stones, something shifted. The pantheon wasn't merely a relic of the past. It was alive, breathing with the hopes, prayers, and dreams of every soul who ever entered. The significance of this grand structure blossomed into something far greater than the sum of its parts, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the eternal quest for meaning. As the night deepened, the crowd remained, entranced by the intertwining tales of glory and despair, longing and fulfillment, hope and doubt. The pantheon stood as a silent guardian, holding space for the collective emotion that surged and ebbed like the tides of the Tiber. Each person walked away not just with a memory of a grand structure, but with a piece of the pantheon lodged in their hearts, a reminder of their connection to something vast and unknowable. The significance of the Roman pantheon was not confined to its architectural brilliance. It transcended time, resonating through the ages, urging each visitor to carry forward the legacy of wonder, unity, and reverence into the world beyond its doors. Under the shimmering glow of the moonlight, two lovers stood hand in hand at the altar, surrounded by fragrant blooms and flickering candles. The air was thick with whispered hopes and shared dreams, but above all, an unspoken force loomed large, a presence that charged the very atmosphere with sacred promise. It was Juno, the formidable goddess of marriage and women, whose essence intertwined in every vow exchanged, every tear shed, and every heartbeat that echoed with anticipation. Juno, revered in ancient times, was not merely a figure of worship. She was the embodiment of the power and sanctity of marriage. To the Romans, she represented the ideal bond between partners, a protector of their union, and a fierce advocate for women's rights and dignity. As brides adorned themselves with garlands and performed rituals to honor this divine matron, they sought her blessing, hoping to transform their love into something eternal. In the quiet moments before the ceremony, brides would whisper prayers to Juno, invoking her name. "Juno, Queen of the heavens, grant me the strength to love and the wisdom to endure." The air seemed to shimmer at her mention, as if the goddess herself hung just out of sight, a watchful guardian ensuring that love flourished in her sacred domain. Juno's eyes were ever watchful, a fierce protector, her heart beating in rhythm with the world of mortals. She understood love's complexities, its joys, and its trials. The festivals held in her honor were grand affairs, filled with laughter, music, and feasting. Couples would come together, celebrating not just their unions but also the very essence of companionship. Stories were shared, recounting the timeless tales of Juno's own life, how she stood by Jupiter, her husband, through trials and tribulations, navigating the treacherous waters of love with grace. Her strength inspired countless women to seek their own voices, to demand respect and equality in relationships that mirrored the divine bond she shared with the king of the gods. But Juno was not merely a calm, nurturing figure. She was fierce and unyielding, a tempest when wronged. Tales of her jealousy and rage became the stuff of legends, warning against betrayal and reminding all of the weight of commitment. When infidelity struck, her wrath was swift and unforgiving. She turned the most beautiful nymphs into fearsome creatures, embodying her anger at the violation of loyalty. To cross Juno was to face her fury, a lesson etched into the hearts of those who dared to betray sacred vows. Women, drawn to her powerful presence, often sought her counsel in times of need. In the flickering shadows of candlelit rooms, they would share their fears and hopes, seeking guidance as they navigated the tumultuous waters of marriage. Juno listened, her divine ear attuned to the whispers of the heart. She was the lifeline for those who felt lost, the beacon of hope in times of despair. Her support emboldened women to stand tall, to assert their needs, and to demand a place of honor alongside their partners. In the grand temples dedicated to her, women gathered in sacred circles, sharing stories of empowerment and resilience. They offered sacrifices, fruits, grains, and flowers, to Juno, not just in reverence, but as a promise to uphold the values she represented. They were determined to create unions that echoed her strength and integrity, marriages built on trust and mutual respect. The goddess was not merely a distant figure. She was a nurturing force that infused their lives with purpose and meaning. Juno's essence extended beyond the altar and the temple. It seeped into the very fabric of society. Statues of her graced public spaces, her image serving as a reminder of the bond between men and women. In every marriage ceremony, her spirit thrived, her influence undeniable. Couples would wear symbols of her blessings, from rings etched with her likeness to veils adorned with her sacred colors. The act of marriage was a celebration of love, but it was also an invocation of Juno's power, a recognition of her role in shaping their destinies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, the sacred bond between lovers solidified in the embrace of Juno's presence. Every kiss, every shared secret, felt like a tribute to her divine essence, cementing their commitment in a tapestry woven with love and longing. Yet, beneath the surface of joy lay an undercurrent of tension, the constant reminder of vulnerability that accompanies devotion. Would their union withstand the storms of life, or would they find themselves lost in the chaos? With each passing moment, the weight of anticipation grew heavier. Juno's spirit thrummed in the air, a reminder that love was a dance of both strength and fragility. The laughter of children, born from this sacred union, would echo through the halls of their homes, and generations would look back to Juno as a guiding star in their journeys. The goddess watched over them all, her heart swelling with pride, her spirit intertwined with the hopes of those who dared to love fiercely. Yet, just as love glowed brightly, shadows loomed. The struggles of marriage were real, and Juno was aware of the challenges that lurked just beyond the horizon. Jealousy, doubt, and fear could creep in like a thief in the night, threatening to dismantle the very foundations built on trust and devotion. Would love endure? Would commitment stand the test of time? These questions hung heavy in the air, a mixture of hope and trepidation that mirrored the eternal dance of romance. As the first stars twinkled in the darkening sky, illuminating the path ahead, the lovers took a deep breath, ready to step into the unknown hand in hand. With Juno's blessing, they ventured forth, hearts intertwined, into a future filled with possibility. Each moment, each decision, carried the weight of her legacy, a promise that love, when nurtured and protected, could withstand the trials of time. And as they stepped forward, the echoes of their vows resonated through the ages, a testament to Juno's unwavering role as the goddess who shaped their destinies and ignited the flames of passion. The air crackled with tension as the grand temple of Jupiter stood tall against the backdrop of a stormy sky, its marble columns gleaming ominously in the fading light. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the whispers of the crowd echoing against the stone walls. Women in flowing robes and men in finely woven tunics brushed shoulders, all eyes fixed on the altar where the momentous occasion would unfold. It wasn't merely a marriage. It was a powerful union that could alter the course of history and redefine the very fabric of Roman society. Claudia, a woman of noble lineage, could feel the weight of expectations bearing down on her shoulders as she stood before the altar, her heart pounding like a war drum. She was to be wed to Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods, a figure whose very name inspired both reverence and fear throughout the empire. The thought made her ache with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. Would she become a mere pawn in a celestial game of power, or could she wield the strength of this union to forge her own destiny? As the ceremonial rites began, the flickering flames from the sacred altar danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of ancient power dynamics. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was a deity known for his tempestuous nature and unrivaled authority. But to Claudia, he was more than just an imposing figure. He embodied the very essence of ambition and desire. She remembered the stories told around flickering fires, how he had seduced countless women, leaving behind tales of passion and heartbreak. With every heartbeat, she wondered what fate awaited her. Would she be just another story in his endless saga? The priest's voice boomed, echoing through the temple, his words laced with solemnity and purpose. As he called upon the gods to witness their union, the crowd fell silent, the tension palpable. Claudia could feel the gaze of the attendees, their eyes piercing through her, searching for signs of doubt, fear, or weakness. In a moment so critical, she reminded herself of her lineage, the blood of warriors and leaders flowing through her veins. She was not just a bride. She was a force to be reckoned with. But as the oath was recited, a chill swept through the air, raising goosebumps on her arms. Jupiter stood next to her, his presence commanding and overwhelming. She glanced up at him, catching a glimpse of his stormy eyes, filled with an intensity that could set the world ablaze. This was a man, a god, who had the power to reshape her existence. Would she bend to his will, or could she, too, be a partner in their shared ambition? The marriage was not just a joining of two beings. It was a political alliance that would send ripples through the fabric of society. Claudia's mind raced as she recalled the whispers of court intrigue and the shifting loyalties among the nobles. This union could strengthen her family's influence, but it could also make her a target. The power dynamics at play were treacherous, like a game of chess where one misstep could lead to ruin. With each vow, she felt the gravity of their promises. Jupiter's voice rang out like thunder, resonating through her very core. "I take you as my wife, my equal, my guiding light." The words hung heavy in the air, a declaration that sent shivers down her spine. Equal? Could she truly stand beside him and hold sway in a world dominated by men? Doubt crept in like a shadow, lingering at the edges of her thoughts. Yet, as she looked into his eyes, she saw a flicker of something more, a flicker of hope. The ceremony drew to a close, the air charged with unspoken promises and unyielding hopes. But even as the god and the woman stood united, the world outside the temple was alive with chaos. Claudia sensed that this marriage would not just be a bond of love and loyalty, but a battlefield where power would shift and sway like the tides. There were whispers of enemies lurking in the shadows, waiting to seize the slightest opportunity to undermine their union. As the crowd began to disperse, Claudia felt the weight of her new reality crashing down. She was now a goddess among mortals, but with that title came the razor-sharp knife of jealousy and ambition. What sacrifices would she have to make to navigate this treacherous landscape? The thought sent a thrill of fear through her. Jupiter's influence loomed large, but could she carve her own path in this divine tapestry? In the days that followed, the marriage transformed into a cauldron of emotions. The intoxicating thrill of power surged through Claudia's veins, igniting her spirit. She spent hours in the temple, learning the ancient rituals, gaining wisdom from the priestesses, and deciphering the unspoken rules of divine politics. Each day, she grew bolder, feeling the energy of the empire coursing through her. But lurking beneath the surface was a festering tension. Whispered rumors of dissent reached her ears, nobles plotting against her, jealous of her union with Jupiter, fearing the strength it could herald. Claudia knew she had to tread carefully, to wield her newfound influence like a double-edged sword. The stakes were high, and the cost of failure could be devastating. One evening, under a canopy of stars, Claudia confronted Jupiter, her voice a mixture of defiance and desperation. "Will you let me stand beside you, or will I remain just another shadow in your glorious wake?" The words hung between them, sharp and raw, as the winds picked up, carrying the tension out into the night. He turned to her, his eyes blazing with the storm of emotions that swirled within him. "You are no shadow, Claudia. You are a force. But this world, it is not as simple as it seems. His voice held a weight that made her heart race, a promise wrapped in caution. And then, like a bolt of lightning, the realization struck her. This marriage was more than a bond. It was a partnership forged in the fires of ambition and power. The dynamics that shaped their union would test their resolve, push their limits, and force them into a dance of dominance and submission. Each day would be a new challenge, a new test of their strength and unity. In that moment, Claudia knew she had to embrace the storm that was Jupiter, to find her own thunder within the chaos of their lives. As the winds howled outside the temple, she stood resolute, ready to meet whatever awaited them. She would not be silenced. She would not be lost. This was just the beginning of a tumultuous journey, one that would shape the very foundations of their world. In the quiet shadows of Olympus, where the air shimmered with divine energy, Juno's heart pulsed with a mix of fury and sorrow. She stood at the edge of a marble balcony, her gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of the heavens. Below, the world bustled with life, but all she could see was the betrayal that hung in the air like a dark cloud. The laughter of mortals, the sounds of celebration, and the sweet scent of blooming flowers simply blended into a background noise that fueled her simmering anger. It wasn't just the infidelity that gnawed at her. It was the weight of her own inadequacy. Jove, her husband, had strayed into the arms of others, and each affair stung like a venomous snakebite. The knowledge that he sought solace in the beauty of the mortal women twisted in her chest like a dagger. Juno's beauty was renowned among the gods, yet it felt like a mere facade now, a mask hiding a heart tormented by jealousy. Her mind raced, an unending storm of thoughts. Every time she saw him with someone else, it was as if a piece of her soul was torn away. She remembered that fateful day when she first heard the whispers about Leda, how her heart cracked open like a fragile shell. The image of Jove entwined with Leda, a mortal woman, sent shivers down her spine, and her breath quivered as she recalled the sight. The scene played out like a tragic play in her mind, a tale of betrayal that she could never escape. As the goddess of marriage and childbirth, Juno was expected to embody loyalty and love. Yet, standing there, she felt an overwhelming urge to forsake all that. Her emotions churned violently within her, a tempest of hurt and rage that threatened to consume her. The other gods often spoke of her strength, but they did not understand the vulnerability that lay beneath. Even Hera, the most powerful of the goddesses, felt the sting of comparison. Juno had always been told she was the most beautiful, the most regal, yet Jove's wandering heart made her question everything. What good was beauty when it could not keep a man devoted? What good was a throne when it was built on betrayal? Amidst her storm of emotions, a new jealousy emerged, one that filled her with a deep, dark satisfaction. She could wield her power, she could turn the tide, she could unleash chaos that would shake Olympus to its very foundations. The thought sent a thrill through her veins, a potent mixture of fear and exhilaration. Her mind flickered to Io, another victim of Jove's unfaithfulness. The mortal had been transformed into a cow, endlessly fleeing the relentless gaze of Juno's wrath. Juno had unleashed her fury, and in doing so, she found solace. Was it not justice? Was it not a sweet revenge against the treachery that had been thrust upon her? The memory of Io's tormented Mu echoed in her thoughts, a haunting reminder that jealousy could morph into something more powerful, more dangerous. Juno's heart quickened as she paced back and forth, her thoughts blurring into a whirlwind of possibilities. How could she turn this pain into something else? She could summon storms to punish those who dared to cross her, wreak havoc upon the lives of the unsuspecting. The thrill of such power was intoxicating, a delicious poison that seeped into her very being. Each decision felt like an enticing game, one that could elevate her beyond mere heartache. Yet, deep down, beneath the layers of her anger and revenge, lay a bitter truth. This jealousy was a double-edged sword. It was a burden, one that could easily consume her. As she contemplated her power, she sensed the gravity of her choices. The very same jealousy that could inspire strength could also lead to ruin. Was she willing to sacrifice her very essence for retribution? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Olympus, and with it, the weight of her emotions pressed heavily on her chest. She could feel the eyes of the other gods upon her, judging and whispering, their voices echoing in her mind. Look at Juno, the jealous wife. But what if she was more than that? What if she could harness this jealousy and reshape her narrative? The thought twisted in her mind like a vine, wrapping itself around her heart. She could be the storyteller of her fate, the architect of her own legacy. In this moment, she understood that jealousy was not just a flaw but a force to be reckoned with, a catalyst for change. As night fell, Juno found herself lost in the labyrinth of her thoughts. Each whisper from the shadows seemed to beckon her, urging her to unleash the tempest brewing within. The tension in the air became palpable, charged with anticipation. What would she choose? The path of bitterness or the road to reclaiming her power? In the depths of her turmoil, she noticed a flicker, an idea, raw and unrefined, but potent. Perhaps the answer lay not in punishment but in transformation. What if she turned the tables not just on Jove, but on the very nature of her jealousy itself? A shiver ran down her spine as the realization washed over her. The darkness could be a canvas, one where she could paint her own story. With determination igniting her heart, she stepped away from the balcony and into the heart of Olympus, ready to weave her web of influence, her jealousy transforming into something formidable. The world around her faded as she embraced her new purpose, the echoes of her past whispering behind her, urging her forward. She was no longer just a goddess scorned. She was a force that would bend the very fabric of fate to her will. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, a warning of the storm that had just begun. The sky, darkening rapidly, mirrored the turmoil brewing in the hearts of the Roman gods. Juno, queen of the deities, felt the weight of her crown more heavily than ever. She stood on the precipice of Olympus, her gaze piercing through the swirling clouds, contemplating the fate of her world and the child that would soon be born, a child destined to embody war itself. In the sacred halls of Olympus, whispers twisted like smoke around Juno's ears. A son, they said, a son who will bring both glory and destruction. The prophecy hung thick in the air, a promise and a curse poised to unfold. But this was not just about the birth of Mars. It was a complicated journey laced with heavy emotions and heart-wrenching decisions. As she paced, her heart was a storm of conflicting feelings. Fierce love battled against the cold grip of jealousy. The constant tension between her and Jupiter, her husband, thrummed in the background like a silent war drum. You see, Jupiter had sown seeds of doubt. His love for the mortal woman Maya had birthed another child, Hermes, a boy of great cunning and speed. Juno's thoughts spiraled into dark corners where her fears festered. Would her son be a great warrior or merely a pawn in Jupiter's games? In the dim light of her chamber, she could already feel the stirrings of life within her. Each flutter of the child was both a reminder of her power and a source of anxiety. Would he be a protector, like Mars, or a harbinger of chaos? The air crackled with tension, and she could almost hear the distant clang of swords, the battle cries that would shape his legacy. Time slipped through her fingers as she prepared for the inevitable. The moment she had been dreading and longing for was almost upon her. The sacred midwife, Lucina, arrived, her presence bringing a mixture of comfort and urgency. The old woman's eyes were filled with wisdom, yet they glinted with the fear of what was to come. Prepare yourself, my queen. The time is near. But remember, this child will carry the weight of destiny. Be wary of the shadows that lie ahead. Juno clenched her jaw, trying to steady herself against the tide of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. Shadows, she thought. They were everywhere, hovering at the edges of her mind, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. Would she have to fight to protect her child from the very father who should cherish him? As the first pangs of labor gripped her, a voice echoed in her mind. It was the voice of Venus, the goddess of love, who had always harbored a rivalry with Juno. He will rise, and so shall his power, Venus had warned. But will it be enough to keep him from the darkness that surrounds him? Will you be strong enough to guide him? The words stung with a truth Juno could not ignore. With every contraction, the world around Juno faded into a blur of pain and determination. The images of battles fought and won flashed before her eyes, the faces of warriors both noble and treacherous. Memories of blood-soaked fields and cries of victory echoed in her mind. She envisioned Mars standing tall, a figure clad in armor, wielding a spear that could pierce the very fabric of fate. But now he was simply a child, fighting to break free into a world that was as beautiful as it was cruel. Outside, the storm raged with renewed ferocity, its wild winds howling like the souls of fallen warriors. The sky split open, sending down a torrent of rain. The elements seemed to mourn the arrival of a child destined for warfare. "I will protect you," Juno vowed, her heart racing, "no matter what it takes." But the deeper she reached into that promise, the more she felt the cold hands of doubt wrap around her heart. What if she failed? What if her son, born from her love yet overshadowed by her fears, fell prey to the very chaos she wished to shield him from? The room pulsed with electricity as Lucina guided Juno through the pain. "Breathe, my queen," she urged, her voice a steady anchor amidst the tempest. With each breath, Juno felt herself teetering on the edge of something monumental. But she didn't just feel the child within. She felt the weight of history pressing down upon her, the expectations of the gods, and the harsh reality of what it meant to be a mother to a god of war. In a sudden, breathtaking moment, amid the crashing thunder and swirling winds, the child was born. The world stood still, breathless, as Juno cradled him against her chest. He was beautiful, fierce, and screaming, a tiny embodiment of all her hopes and fears. The storm outside matched his cries, echoing the chaos that he would one day unleash upon the world. But as she looked down at Mars, something shifted within her. A surge of pride coursed through her veins, mingling with the dread that he would bear the legacy of war. She wanted to shield him from every conflict and every heartbreak, yet she knew that the essence of who he was would forge its path. "You will be more than I could ever imagine," she whispered, feeling every word resonate in her soul. But the doubt lingered like shadows lurking at the edges of light. Just as Juno held her son tightly, a fear prickled at her. Would she ever truly be able to protect him from the treachery of the gods? The dark whispers of fate began to weave their way into her heart, like a serpent coiling in the depths of the night. Before she could catch her breath, a thunderous clash echoed through Olympus. Juno's heart raced, not just from the labor but from the sudden realization that the gods watched with bated breath, waiting for what would come next. Mars was born, but the complications of his existence were just beginning to unravel, and the storm was only a prelude to the chaos that awaited them all. The echoes of that moment would ripple through the ages, threading together the narratives of gods and mortals, of love and war. And just as quickly, before she could gather her thoughts, the scene shifted, plunging her deeper into the unknown, as the true battle for Mars had only just begun. A cold wind whispered through the trees of ancient Argos, rustling leaves that shivered like fragile secrets. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, bathing it in an eerie light. A figure moved through the shadows, her heart pounding like a war drum. Io, the daughter of Inachus, was a beautiful priestess, devoted to the goddess Hera. But tonight, her world would shatter, and the echoes of her fate would ripple through the ages. In the distance, the great god Zeus watched her from the clouds. His eyes, dark as stormy seas, were captivated by Io's grace. He was drawn to her, the light of his attention flickering like a flame. But this would not be a tale of romance. It was a spiral into chaos. Desires and deceptions intertwined like a serpent coiling around a delicate heart. Zeus, powerful yet flawed, could not resist the allure of Io, and in a moment of weakness, he descended to earth in a cloak of mist. His presence was a tempest, a whirlwind of emotions that swept Io off her feet. "Fear not," he whispered, his voice smooth as honey. "I am here, and we are destined." Their brief union ignited a fire in the night, a passionate combustion that would alter the course of Io's life irrevocably. Yet, unbeknownst to them, The goddess Hera sat high upon her throne, her heart a fortress of jealousy and rage. When Zeus returned to Mount Olympus, Hera's rage erupted like a volcano. "She is but a mortal," she thundered, her voice echoing through the halls of the gods. "You dare betray me with such a fleeting shadow?" In her fury, she transformed into a tempestuous storm, a goddess scorned bent on vengeance. With a mere glance, she cast her wrath upon Io, shifting the very fabric of reality around the priestess. Io found herself ensnared in a nightmarish reality, her form twisting and shifting. The once harmonious sound of her heartbeat was replaced by the chilling sound of hooves pounding against the earth. Her skin shimmered, fur sprouting in place of smooth flesh. The change was agonizing. She felt the warmth of her humanity slipping away, replaced by an insatiable wildness. In an instant, the beautiful priestess was transformed into a heifer, a mere cow, stripped of her identity and freedom. Panic surged through her. The air grew thick with the scent of fear and desperation. She moaned, but all that escaped her lips was a mournful lowing. "What have I become?" she cried silently, her spirit trapped in a form that could not convey her horror. Yet, even in this new shape, a flicker of her human soul remained, an ember of hope that refused to be extinguished. Hera's laughter echoed in the corners of her mind, taunting her with every step. "You will never return to your former life," the goddess hissed, her voice a chilling melody that made Io tremble in her new body. The world around her grew larger, more ominous, and the skies darkened with the weight of her sorrow. She was no longer a priestess. She was a forgotten soul, wandering aimlessly through fields where once she had danced. As days turned to weeks, Io roamed the earth, hunted and weary. The sun rose and set, but the warmth of its rays felt distant. Every human gaze met her with confusion and fear. Farmers recoiled at the sight of her, shouting curses that echoed in her mind. She longed for laughter, for the sound of her name murmured in the softest tones. But her existence had become a living nightmare, marred by the cruelty of a goddess scorned. Despair crushed her spirit as she traversed barren lands and lush pastures, yearning for a sliver of her former self. A flicker of hope remained, whispering that perhaps one day she would be free. But the weight of her transformation was heavy, and the night sky, once a blanket of dreams, now felt like a prison of stars that glittered with the laughter of gods. In her wandering, she found herself near the shores of the Nile, where the water twinkled like diamonds under the sun. There, a man named Prometheus watched her with eyes filled with pity. He sensed the sadness behind her wild gaze, the longing that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath her exterior. "Oh, sweet Io," he murmured, reaching out a hand as if to bridge the chasm between their worlds. "You must find the courage to endure." But courage was a fleeting ghost in her life now. She turned, the weight of despair pressing heavily on her shoulders, feeling as though she might dissolve into the ground beneath her. The whispers of the gods swirled around her, carrying tales of her fate to every corner of the earth, each story a reminder of her lost humanity. Yet through it all, a fierce fire ignited within her, a determination to reclaim her identity, to rise from the ashes of her torment. The memory of her laughter danced on the edge of her consciousness, urging her to fight against the chains that bound her. With every step, she sought a way to break free from the invisible bars that confined her. Days turned into endless wanderings, and with each passing moment, Io learned to navigate the world anew. The moon became her solace as it hung above her like a guardian. It watched over her, reminding her that there was still life beyond the pain, still beauty waiting to be discovered. And as she roamed the banks of the river, she caught sight of the shimmering water, a reflection of the haunting beauty she once possessed. But Hera's wrath was relentless. In her jealousy, she sent the fierce gadfly to torment Io, stinging her relentlessly, driving her deeper into madness. The relentless buzzing filled her ears, a constant reminder of the torment inflicted upon her. Yet, even amidst the chaos, Io's resolve only grew stronger. She would not allow the sting of despair to defeat her spirit. She ran, not knowing where her legs might take her, but propelled by the sheer will to escape the fate that had been thrust upon her. Her heart beat in rhythm with the thundering of her hooves, a wild symphony of freedom and desperation. The wilderness enveloped her, a tapestry of greens and browns, and for a fleeting moment, she felt alive once more. But with every turn, as she sought solace, she was reminded of the chains that bound her. Would she ever reclaim her lost humanity? Would she ever hear her name spoken in love again? These questions lingered in her mind, haunting her like shadows in the night. Her story had only just begun, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the next chapter loomed on the horizon, waiting to unveil the depths of her transformation and the battles yet to be fought. In a world where the gods walked among mortals, an air of tension crackled like a storm about to break. The sun dipped low over the hills of Mount Ida, its molten gold spilling across the sky, casting long shadows on the gathering storm of fate. It was here that a seemingly simple event, a beauty contest, would spiral into chaos, igniting a war that would echo through the ages. Paris, a prince of Troy, stood with uncertainty swirling in his heart. He was handsome, yes, with dark hair that fell in soft waves and eyes that sparkled like the very stars he often found himself gazing at. But today he felt the weight of destiny pressing down on him. The three goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, had descended to claim the title of the fairest. Each one spoke with elegance, their beauty radiant and their voices smooth as silk. Yet, there was an edge to their charm, a fierce desire simmering beneath their polished exteriors, and Paris found himself trapped in their competing gazes. Hera, the queen of the gods, stood before him, regal and imposing. She promised him power and dominion over all of Asia, her voice rich with authority. "Choose me, and I will make you a king of kings," she declared, her eyes narrowing as though she could see the very throne he would sit upon. Then came Athena, the goddess of wisdom, a fierce warrior with a glimmer of intellect that could slice through any battlefield. "Choose me, and I will grant you unmatched skill in battle," she offered, her tone sharp yet inviting, as if she had already seen the glory waiting for him in the heat of conflict. Finally, there was Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and beauty, her smile like a warm dawn after a long, cold night. She promised Paris the love of the most beautiful mortal woman on earth, Helen of Sparta. In that moment, Paris felt the pull of desire deep within him, the yearning for love that would surpass all earthly joys. It was an intoxicating choice, a call to the heart that rang louder than the promises of power or wisdom. But what was power without love? What was wisdom without a heart to guide it? The choices hung heavy in the air, and Paris, caught in the tempest of their allure, felt the breath of the gods on his skin. He reached for the golden apple, a symbol of his decision, and the moment his fingers closed around it, destiny shifted, and the world teetered on the brink. In the shadows, Juno, known as Hera in the Greek pantheon, watched with a fury that scorched the air. Her jealousy burned hot, blazing like a wildfire. Paris's choice of Aphrodite was a slap in the face, a rejection of her grand offer. The queen of the gods would not be scorned lightly. The flames of her rage flickered and danced, whispering promises of vengeance into the ears of the wind. A storm brewed within her, dark and ominous. As Paris celebrated his choice, the gods retreated into their celestial abodes, each nursing wounds that would not heal. The seeds of discord had been planted, and soon they would bloom into a chaos that would engulf the Trojans and the Greeks alike. The love between Paris and Helen would become a fateful spark that ignited a war, and Juno would not rest until she had her revenge. In Sparta, Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, felt a shiver run down her spine, as if the universe itself were warning her. She was married to Menelaus, a powerful king, yet her heart was unknowingly entwined with the fate of Troy. Shadows of destiny and longing danced in her dreams, whispers of a love that would change everything. Would she ever know that her beauty had sparked a conflict that would lead to her own suffering? Meanwhile, in the halls of Olympus, the gods convened, their voices rising in a tempest of anger and betrayal. Juno's fury could not be contained. This insolent prince has dared to choose a mortal over the gods. It is an insult that will not go unpunished, she declared, her voice laced with venom. Athena, fueled by her own sense of betrayal, nodded her agreement. Let us unleash our wrath upon them. The mortals will pay for this folly, and it will be a lesson they will never forget. In the shadows, Apollo listened, his silver bow resting against his shoulder. He foresaw the bloodshed and the loss that would come from this moment. We must not forget, dear sister, that love is a powerful force, he cautioned, his voice cool and steady. It can inspire and destroy. We must tread carefully. But the gods were caught in a whirlwind of emotions, their decisions made hastily in the heat of anger. They began to scheme, their hearts hardened, forgetting the warmth of empathy and understanding. The laughter of mortals would soon turn to cries of anguish, and the beauty of love would turn ugly in the face of war. As Paris returned to Troy, cradling the golden apple in his hand, he felt a rush of pride mixed with trepidation. He had made a choice that would forever alter the course of his life and his people's fate. Little did he know that the laughter of the gods echoed behind him, a haunting reminder of the consequences that lay ahead. The sun slipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the land. Paris entered the gates of Troy, a city that stood proud and strong, yet was about to be tested like never before. Shadows of doubt crept into his mind, but they were dulled by the bright light of his new desire. Helen awaited him, a vision of beauty that would captivate any heart, yet her arrival would herald a storm. And so the threads of fate began to weave a tapestry soaked in love, betrayal, and inevitable tragedy. The seeds of war were sown, and every heartbeat resonated with the echoes of a choice irrevocably made, drawing the world closer to the brink of chaos. Paris's path was set, and as the winds of destiny howled, the gods watched with bated breath, knowing that no matter the outcome, nothing would ever be the same again. Underneath the gleaming marble of ancient temples, whispers echoed of a goddess who commanded respect and fear. Juno, the queen of the gods, stood at the center of a universe tangled in cosmic relationships, each thread woven with passion, betrayal, and unyielding ambition. She was not just a deity of marriage and motherhood. She was a fierce protector, a vengeful spirit, and a fierce rival. Her alliances and enmities unveiled a tapestry of emotions that gripped the hearts of gods and mortals alike. The air crackled with tension as Juno faced off against her greatest adversary, the mighty Jupiter. Their relationship was a tempest, a blend of love and animosity that simmered beneath a facade of shared power. Jupiter, the sky god, was drawn to Juno's strength and beauty, yet his infidelities were an ever-present thorn in her side. Each time he strayed, Juno's fury ignited a wildfire of rage and jealousy, transforming her into a formidable force. The very heavens trembled when she unleashed her wrath, conjuring storms and chaos to remind the world of her dominion. In the shadows of Mount Olympus, Juno's complex relationship with her fellow deities unfolded. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, stood as both ally and rival. Their interactions were laced with a turbulent mix of respect and competition. Minerva's intellect often challenged Juno's authority, and though they shared moments of camaraderie, like when they united to defend the sanctity of marriage, their bond was fragile. Jealousy flickered like a candle in the wind, always threatening to extinguish their fragile alliance. Meanwhile, Venus, the goddess of love, floated through the divine halls like a breath of fresh air. Her charm and allure captivated the hearts of many, including Jupiter, causing Juno's heart to clench with envy. The rivalry between Juno and Venus was palpable. They were both queens in their own right, yet their thrones seemed forever out of reach of one another. The sweet scent of roses mingled with bitter resentment every time their paths crossed, setting the stage for dramatic encounters that left both deities shaken. Juno would often plot intricate schemes to thwart Venus's influence, her mind a web of clever traps designed to reclaim her pride. Then there was Neptune, the god of the sea, whose turbulent temperament mirrored the waves he ruled. He and Juno shared a bond steeped in mutual admiration and respect, but it was also marred by strife. Their disagreements could erupt like tempestuous storms, each believing they wielded more power. Neptune's unpredictable nature often placed him at odds with Juno's careful planning, creating ripples that reverberated throughout the pantheon. The tension between them was electric, crackling with the energy of a storm waiting to break. Even the lesser-known deities felt the weight of Juno's presence. Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, found herself drawn into Juno's orbit. Their friendship was nurturing, a verdant alliance grounded in the shared understanding of motherhood and protection. Yet, there were times when Ceres would speak of her devotion to the earth, and Juno would feel a flicker of insecurity. In those moments, she would question whether her reign as protector was genuine or merely a mask hiding deeper vulnerabilities. Juno's relationship with the Fates was particularly haunting. They were the weavers of destiny, spinning the threads that shaped the lives of gods and mortals alike. Juno stood before them, both fearful and fascinated. Would they weave her fate entwined with Jupiter's deceit, or would they grant her the power to rewrite her own narrative? In their presence, she felt a shiver of anticipation, as if the very fabric of her existence hung in the balance. Each interaction was a dance upon the razor's edge, as she grappled with her desires and the cruel threads they spun. Of all Juno's relationships, her bond with the goddess of vengeance, Nemesis, was the most chilling. In a world rife with betrayal, Nemesis was the embodiment of retribution, her dark aura reverberating with the echoes of past grievances. Juno often found solace in her company, forging an alliance rooted in the need for justice. Together, they plotted against those who dared to cross them, their hearts beating in rhythm as they sought to balance the scales. But their hunger for vengeance could easily spiral into madness, creating shadows that threatened to consume their very souls. As dusk fell over Olympus, the relationships Juno forged simmered with anticipation. Each interaction had the potential to spark a wildfire of conflict and resolution. A flicker of understanding with Minerva could lead to a powerful alliance, while a chance encounter with Venus might ignite a war. The emotions that coursed through these divine connections were as unpredictable as the tides, a constant ebb and flow that kept every deity on edge. The goddess of marriage and protector of women was constantly calculating, navigating a world steeped in intrigue. Love and hate danced together in a delicate balance, with Juno at the center, a queen battling for her place among the gods. The stakes were high, and every decision she made rippled through the cosmos, affecting not only her own fate but the fates of all those around her. Juno's relationships were a storm of emotion, a whirlwind of passion, rivalry, and unyielding strength. The threads of her connections intertwined with the very essence of existence, crafting a narrative that would echo through the ages. As she stood at the edge of her celestial realm, the weight of her relationships pressed down on her like a mountain, each connection a reminder of her power and vulnerability. In every glance, every whisper, every clash, Juno was both queen and warrior, forever locked in a dance with the other deities, a dance that was far from over. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled your skin and made your heart race. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the laughter of children mingled with the cries of merchants hawking their wares, but beneath this lively scene lay a profound sense of reverence. Statues rose majestically, their marble faces watching over the city, and among them, one figure stood out, a woman draped in a flowing gown, her gaze fierce yet compassionate. This was Juno, the queen of the gods, a figure woven intricately into the very fabric of Roman life. Juno wasn't merely a deity. She was a symbol of womanhood and power, embodying the fierce spirit that every Roman citizen aspired to understand. Her presence touched every aspect of life, from the grandest ceremonies to the quiet, intimate moments of familial devotion. It was said that she watched over every marriage, every birth, and every oath taken under the vast Roman sky. Each time a bride stepped into her new life, she invoked Juno's name, hoping to earn her favor and protection. The whisper of her name hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers, a promise of strength and loyalty. The festivals held in her honor were vibrant spectacles, filled with music, dance, and the clamor of 1,000 voices raised in celebration. The Matralia, a festival devoted to Juno, was particularly special. Women would gather, their faces bright with excitement, offering prayers and gifts to the goddess who safeguarded their marriages and children. Each offering was a thread stitched into the tapestry of their community, a shared acknowledgement of Juno's role in their lives. They poured honey and milk over the hearths, lighting candles to illuminate the darkness, a gesture filled with gratitude and hope. But there was also a darker side to Juno's story, her jealousy and fierce protectiveness. Tales of her wrath were recounted in hushed tones, reminding all who listened that she was not to be trifled with. When her husband, Jupiter, strayed, legends tell of her furious vengeance. She would unleash storms and chaos upon those who dared to cross her, her fury echoing through the mountains and valleys of the empire. This duality made her real. She was both nurturing and fearsome, a reminder that love and anger can coexist within the soul of a woman. In the sacred spaces of temples, the flickering light of oil lamps danced against cold stone, casting shadows that seemed to breathe with life. The priests, clad in robes of white and gold, chanted hymns that rose to the heavens, pleading for Juno's blessings over the political and military endeavors of the state. The people looked on with a mix of hope and trepidation, knowing that the goddess had the power to shape the fate of their beloved Rome. Each prayer whispered into the ether carried the weight of ambition, desire, and the unbreakable bond between the divine and mortal realms. Juno was not only a protector of women but also the guardian of the state itself. During times of conflict, her name echoed through the hearts of soldiers embarking on perilous missions. They called upon her, believing that her strength would fortify their spirits and ensure their safe return. In the heat of battle, when swords clashed and cries of valor filled the air, a soldier would murmur her name, transforming fear into courage. She became a beacon of hope, not just for mothers and wives but for all who sought to defend their homeland. Children, too, felt the pulse of Juno's influence. From their earliest moments, they were enveloped in her protective embrace. As they took their first steps, their mothers would invoke her blessings, hoping for strength and resilience in a world that could be harsh and unforgiving. The tales of Juno's cunning and wisdom were woven into the stories told at bedtime, shaping the dreams of the young and instilling in them the values of loyalty and honor. But the role of Juno stretched far beyond the individual. She was the heartbeat of Roman culture itself. Artists immortalized her likeness in sculptures and paintings, capturing the essence of her power and grace. Poets poured their souls into verses dedicated to her, their words floating through the air like the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread. Each piece of art, each line of poetry, served as an offering, a reminder of the deep bond between the Romans and their goddess. Yet, as time wore on, the tides of change swept through the empire. New beliefs emerged, and with them came the gradual fading of Juno's once illustrious reign. The vibrant celebrations began to dim, and the fervor of devotion waned. But the echoes of her presence lingered in the hearts of the people. Even as they drifted away from the old ways, the stories of Juno, the fierce protector and nurturing mother, remained alive, whispered from one generation to the next. In every stone of the city, in every child's laughter, in every couple's vow, Juno lived on. Her essence was woven into the very identity of Rome, an indelible mark on the soul of a civilization that once reverberated with her name. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient streets, the spirit of Juno lingered, watching over her people. And even in a world that seemed to forget her, there was a promise that her legacy would endure, like the eternal flame that flickered in the hearts of those who still remembered. With each passing moment, the air thickened with tension, as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for a sign, a whisper from the past to guide its future. The stories of Juno mingled with the winds, a delicate reminder that the past and present were intertwined, each shaping the other, destined to echo through eternity. Beneath the expansive sky, where clouds curl like whispers, stood the Temple of Juno, a magnificent structure crafted from white marble that gleamed under the sun's warm embrace. It was here, within these hallowed walls, that devotion breathed life into stone, where the ordinary transformed into the divine through fervent prayers and offerings. The scent of fresh flowers mingled with the incense smoke, creating an atmosphere thick with reverence and anticipation. Every step on the cool marble floors echoed stories of love, loyalty, and fierce protection, as worshippers made their way to honor Juno, the protector of marriage and women. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting shadows that danced playfully against the temple's grand columns, the air buzzed with excitement. Each visitor felt an electric thrill. They were part of something ancient and sacred. Mothers brought their daughters, sometimes with tears glistening in their eyes, whispering promises and hopes into Juno's attentive ears. Each worshipper caressed the cool stone, their fingers tracing the intricate carvings of peacocks and lilies, symbols of fidelity and beauty. The artistry adorned the temple, reflecting Juno's essence while inviting a sense of awe in all who entered. In a secluded corner, a young bride stood, her heart racing with dreams and fears. She clutched a bouquet of bright flowers, each petal representing a wish for her future. Around her, others offered small tokens, bronze coins, woven garlands, and delicate pottery, each item a plea for Juno's blessings. The weight of tradition hung palpably in the air, intertwining their lives with the echoes of those who had come before them, their hopes woven into the very fabric of the temple. Just beyond the temple's entrance, priests adorned in flowing robes prepared for the day's rituals. Their chants, haunting and beautiful, rose toward the heavens like prayers on the wind. Each syllable was imbued with purpose, creating a bridge between the mortal and the divine. The flicker of torchlight illuminated their solemn faces, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to breathe life into old myths. They moved with grace, weaving between the altars, where offerings of honey and wine awaited the goddess, a fragrant reminder of humanity's devotion. As dusk settled, the temple transformed into a sanctuary of candlelight. Shadows flickered across the walls as worshippers gathered, eyes wide with anticipation. The atmosphere was electric, thick with the essence of hope and longing. Stories of unexpected blessings filled the air, as voices rose in harmonious prayer, forming a tapestry of faith that enveloped all who sought Juno's favor. Here, every heart beat in unison. Every whisper was a thread connecting them to a history rich with passion and promise. On this sacred night, a moment of tension sparked in the crowd as the high priest stepped forward, his voice rising above the hushed murmurs. Tonight, we honor Juno, mistress of the skies and protector of love. His words ignited a wave of emotion, radiating through the temple like a shockwave. The air grew thick with anticipation, eyes glistening with tears of devotion and fervent hope. For these worshippers, Juno was more than a deity. She was a lifeline, a guardian of their dreams, and the embodiment of their deepest aspirations. As the rituals unfolded, a soft breeze swept through the temple, carrying with it the soft murmur of prayers and the sound of rustling leaves, a reminder of nature's ever-watchful presence. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on the faces of those present as they offered up their innermost wishes. The temple, with its towering columns and sacred stones, felt alive, as if Juno herself were listening, wrapped in the love and fears of her devoted followers. In a quiet moment, a young boy, lost in the beauty surrounding him, raised his eyes to the grand statue of Juno that loomed majestically at the altar. The statue, draped in flowing garments, seemed to twinkle in the candlelight, its expression both fierce and gentle. He felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps it was the first flicker of understanding that love was not merely a feeling but an act of courage, a promise to stand by one another through trials and triumphs. The night deepened, and as the stars blanketed the heavens, the final offerings were laid at the altar, each one a testament of faith. The air crackled with magic, and in that moment, a collective breath held tight in their chests was released, a sigh of surrender and trust in the power of Juno's grace. The stories of the night would become part of the temple's legacy, merging with those of the past, a living memory that resonated through the centuries. And just as the last prayer was whispered, a soft cosmic light flickered in the night sky, igniting flickers of hope in the hearts of those below. In their eyes, a new fire burned, a commitment to love fiercely, to nurture relationships, and to honor the sacred bonds that held them together. They left the temple, each footstep a promise to carry Juno's blessings into the world, their hearts fluttering with dreams yet to be realized. The temple stood there, a silent guardian among the ruins, its walls holding untold stories of love and devotion. As the worshippers faded into the night, their laughter mingling with the wind, the air still hummed with a lingering promise of connection and community. The sacred space breathed alongside them, its very stones echoing the whispers of the past while anticipating the hopes of the future, ensuring that Juno's legacy extended beyond the temple's sacred confines, reaching into the hearts of all who dared to believe. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the Roman hills. As the air buzzed with excitement, the townsfolk bustled about, their laughter harmonizing with the distant sound of drums and flutes, a symphony of joy heralding the arrival of the grand celebrations in honor of Juno. This was no ordinary day. It was a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of tradition, love, and devotion to the Queen of the Gods. Every year, the month of June transformed the very fabric of Rome. Streets were adorned with colorful garlands and flowers, bright splashes of reds, yellows, and purples dancing in the gentle breeze. People of all ages poured into the heart of the city, where the great temple of Juno stood proud, its marble columns glowing against the twilight sky. The temple was a sanctuary, a place where dreams were whispered and wishes were made. It was here that the spirit of Juno thrived, a constant protector of women, marriage, and the sanctity of family. As the first day of the festival dawned, a palpable energy filled the air. Young girls, dressed in flowing white tunics, carried baskets filled with offerings, sweet cakes, grapes, and delicate flowers. As they made their way to the temple, their laughter echoed like a soft melody, while the older women followed, their eyes shining with pride and nostalgia, recalling their own youthful days of celebration. Each step was a blend of hope and reverence, a reminder of Juno's enduring presence in their lives. On the second day, the festival reached its peak. The streets were alive with vibrant parades, colorful floats bedecked with flowers, and exuberant dancers twirling in elaborate costumes. Music filled the air, an intoxicating rhythm that beckoned everyone to join in. Drums beat like a heart, steady and strong, while flutes sang sweet melodies that wrapped around the crowd like a warm embrace. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the energy of shared joy and collective memory, as neighbors and strangers alike came together as one. In the midst of the jubilation, a group of priests, draped in flowing robes, gathered at the temple steps. They were the guardians of tradition, entrusted with the sacred rituals that connected the people to Juno. With solemnity in their hearts, they prepared to make offerings, their hands trembling slightly as they held the precious gifts meant for the goddess. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the sweetness of the flowers, creating a fragrant cloud that hung like a blessing over the festivities. As evening approached, a hush fell over the crowd. The flickering torches began to illuminate the temple, casting dancing shadows that played along the walls. It was time for the sacred ceremony, a moment steeped in history and significance. The priests raised their voices in a chant, an ancient melody that resonated through the hearts of all present. Each note carried the weight of generations, a connection to the countless souls who had come before, who had loved and prayed under Juno's watchful gaze. The crowd held its breath, caught in a moment that felt timeless. As the final notes of the chant faded into the night, a magnificent firework display erupted overhead, bright bursts of color exploding against the dark sky. Gasps of wonder filled the air, as the people looked up with awe, their faces illuminated by the brilliant lights. It was as if Juno herself had responded, showering her blessings upon her devoted followers. On the third day, the festival took a more personal turn. Families gathered in their homes, sharing meals and stories, as the spirit of Juno enveloped them like a warm blanket. They honored her by reaffirming their commitments to one another, exchanging vows and promises of love, even amidst the simplest gestures. A shared glance, a gentle touch, and the laughter of children. These were the moments that Juno cherished most, the essence of unity and devotion that defined her purpose. Throughout the celebrations, the tales of Juno's strength and resilience echoed in every corner. Her spirit inspired countless stories of love and loss, of battles fought and victories won in the name of family and fidelity. People gathered around fires, recounting stories passed down through the ages, tales that brought tears and laughter alike. They spoke of her unwavering support in times of trouble, her fierce protection over women and children, and her role as a guiding force in their lives. As the festival began to wind down, the air shifted, filled with a bittersweet longing. The last remnants of celebration lingered like the distant echoes of laughter, as people slowly made their way home. Yet, deep in their hearts, they carried the spirit of those unforgettable days. They knew that Juno would continue to watch over them, her presence a constant reminder of love, hope, and the bonds that held them together. Even as the festival came to an end, the memories remained vibrant, fleeting moments captured in time, igniting sparks of joy and devotion that would last long after the last flower had wilted. Each person left with a heart full of gratitude and a sense of purpose, knowing they were part of something much greater than themselves. The festivals in honor of Juno were more than just celebrations. They were a testament to the enduring spirit of love and unity that transcended the boundaries of time. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, a celestial reminder of Juno's everlasting watch. The laughter faded, the colors dimmed, but the warmth of the celebration lingered on, a vibrant thread woven into the very fabric of Roman life. And so, life continued. A beautiful cycle of love, devotion, and celebration, never truly ending, always beginning anew with each passing season, each whispered prayer, and every heartfelt vow. Underneath the radiant glow of a Mediterranean sun, the temple stood resilient against the passage of time, a monument to Juno, the queen of the gods. Here, marble statues caught the light, their features etched with emotion, embodying the strength and grace of a goddess who reigned over marriage and childbirth. The air crackled with whispers of distant pasts, where artists painstakingly carved out her essence, leaving behind a legacy that would continue to inspire awe for centuries. In the flickering shadows of the temple, Juno's image transformed. She was not merely an artifact. She was a living presence, a protector, and a fierce guardian of women and families. The carefully sculpted limbs of her statues flexed with power, her gaze fixed upward, as if daring the heavens to challenge her. It was said that every artist who crafted her likeness channeled their deepest emotions into the cold stone, each chisel strike a heartbeat, binding their passion to her form. There was a sense of reverence as observers approached her likeness. The artist's hands had crafted her with wildflowers in one hand, symbolizing fertility and the beauty of nature, while the other held a scepter, an unmistakable sign of her authority. Each flower whispered stories of life, of pregnancies celebrated and new beginnings cherished. Yet the coldness of the scepter reminded all who gazed upon her that with power comes responsibility, and with love, sacrifice. Her iconography evolved through the ages, shifting subtly yet profoundly in response to the values of the society that revered her. In the Roman period, Juno was often depicted with a peacock at her feet, its shimmering feathers a symbol of beauty and pride. The peacock was not just a bird. It was a reminder of her divine status and the beauty that accompanied her strength. The sight of the peacock fanning its glorious tail could provoke gasps from onlookers, a visual symphony that mirrored the intricate layers of her character: fierce protector, nurturing mother, and steadfast warrior. As artists captured her spirit through frescoes and mosaics, they painted scenes that resonated with the lives of the everyday people. In one vast mural, she stood against a backdrop of wedding festivities, her presence overshadowing the bride, a reminder to all that it was she who blessed unions, bestowing happiness and prosperity. The joy radiating from the painted guests was palpable. Laughter echoed through time as couples danced beneath her watchful eye. Yet in the corner of the mural lurked shadows, and stories of jealousy and betrayal swirled like a tempest. Her duality, a protector of love but also a fierce enforcer of fidelity, shone through every stroke of the artist's brush. With each depiction, the artists imbued Juno with complex emotions. In one sculpture, her brow furrowed with concern, her lips poised in a gentle frown as she looked down upon a mother cradling her child. This wasn't just a mother. It symbolized every woman who faced the trials of motherhood, every heart that beat with worry yet surged with love. The tension was palpable between the joy of creation and the fear of loss. The sculpture captured the delicate balance of life. Onlookers could almost feel the warmth of the mother's embrace, the softness of her whispers as she promised protection under Juno's watchful gaze. And then there were the darker tales. Juno was not just a goddess of love. Her wrath was legendary. In a powerful fresco, she was shown in the heat of fury, shadows dancing around her as she exacted vengeance upon the unfaithful. The scene was ferocious. Lightning crackled around her, and her eyes burned with a fiery intensity. Those who dared betray her or the sacred bonds she protected shivered in the face of her righteous anger. This contrast in her representation captured the hearts of those who beheld her, each viewer torn between awe and fear, a reminder that love and power were intertwined in ways that could bring both joy and destruction. In the halls of great temples, the flickering torchlight brought her statues to life, casting long shadows that danced across the stone. Visitors would kneel before her, offering gifts of flowers and incense, their prayers woven into the air like a tapestry of hope. In those moments, Juno transcended her marble and paint. She became a living entity, a presence capable of evoking the deepest fears and greatest hopes of those who sought her favor. As the seasons changed and the years turned to centuries, the story of Juno continued to unfold. Each new artist dared to interpret her in fresh ways, breathing new life into her narrative while honoring the traditions of those who came before. The tension between tradition and innovation was palpable in each brush stroke, each chiseling of stone. Her iconography was not merely a reflection of her divine essence. It was a mirror reflecting the evolving human experience, the strength of women, the trials of love, the sacrifices made in the name of family. Every representation of Juno told a story that pulsed with life, a thread connecting ancient beliefs to modern hearts. She was not just a figure in a temple. She was a companion to every woman who had ever sought her guidance, her strength, her understanding. As the sun set over the ancient ruins, casting a golden hue over her statues, the whispers of her past mingled with the hopes of the future, promising that her legacy would endure. With each passing moment, the air was thick with anticipation. The tale of Juno was far from over. The echoes of her laughter, her wrath, and her unwavering strength lingered like a haunting melody played on an ancient lyre, begging for another verse. The story was poised to continue, teetering on the edge of time. A compelling thread that would lead to new interpretations, fresh narratives, and the unending exploration of a goddess whose heart beat in rhythm with the lives of all who adored her. And thus, as the moon rose high, illuminating her figure, the journey into her iconography seamlessly blended into the next chapter, an endless cycle of reverence and rebirth that would keep hearts racing and minds yearning for more. A thunderous clap echoed across the sky, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as if the heavens themselves were engaged in a fierce debate. It was a storm born not only of nature but of divine fury, a fury that had long been simmering in the hearts of goddesses. In that tempest, a figure loomed, cloaked in majestic robes, her eyes glimmering with a potent mix of sadness and strength. This was Hera, the queen of the Greek pantheon, a woman forged in the fires of jealousy and power. Hera was not merely a goddess. She was an embodiment of love intertwined with wrath, a protector of marriage yet a fierce avenger against betrayal. Under her watchful gaze, every whisper of infidelity, every betrayal of trust, ignited a storm of retribution. She ruled the skies alongside her thunderous husband, Zeus, yet it was her own storms that echoed through the ages. And when the Romans adopted her essence, repackaged it, and named her Juno, the world held its breath, for it was a transformation that would ripple throughout history. Juno emerged in the heart of Rome, her influence palpable in every corner of the bustling empire. Just as Hera's presence could make the very air thick with tension, Juno's arrival brought a new layer to the age-old story of the goddess of marriage and childbirth. The Romans revered her not just as a deity. She became a symbol of the strength and resilience of women everywhere. They looked to Juno with equal parts reverence and fear, understanding that her favor could bless their unions or unleash her inexorable wrath upon those who dared cross the sacred bonds of marriage. In the sacred temples dedicated to Juno, incense spiraled into the air, carrying the prayers of devoted followers. Women, adorned in flowing garments, knelt before her gilded statue, whispering their hopes for a harmonious life, for fertile grounds, for the protection of their families. The atmosphere was electric with emotion, a tangible reminder of the fragility and strength of love. But lurking behind those hopeful prayers was an understanding that betrayal could summon the tempest, that an unfaithful heart could awaken the dormant spirit of vengeance. Cloaked in her divine wisdom, Juno mirrored Hera's tumultuous spirit. She was a guardian, an overseer of marriages, yet her protective nature held a darkness that could chill the bones. Every time a husband strayed, every time a wife felt the sting of betrayal, whispers of Juno's famed jealousy echoed through the marble halls. The Romans understood that their goddess was not one to be taken lightly. Women would recount tales of Juno's retribution with a mix of awe and fear. The fate of those who crossed her was a lesson engraved in the annals of time. As the sun set behind the hills of Rome, casting a golden hue over the city, the stories of Juno and Hera intertwined like the threads of a masterfully woven tapestry. In the quiet moments of the night, when the bustle of the day faded, the echoes of ancient quarrels and reconciliations danced on the lips of storytellers. They spoke of Hera's fury against her husband's many affairs, of how she turned rival lovers into stars in the night sky, each one a reminder of her power. With every tale retold, Juno's presence grew stronger, her identity morphing yet again into something uniquely Roman. The Romans, with their own cultural lens, infused Juno with qualities that celebrated their ideals. She became not only the protector of marriage but also the embodiment of the state itself. To the citizens of Rome, she was Juno Moneta, the guardian of finances, who safeguarded their wealth and prosperity. In their eyes, she stood as a figure of authority, a powerful matron whose influence extended beyond the home and into the fabric of society. The echoes of Hera's essence were felt in every political decision, every moment of triumph or failure within the expansive empire. In the grand halls of the Senate, where the air crackled with ambition, Juno's spirit lingered, guiding those in power. Senators would invoke her name in their speeches, seeking her favor for their endeavors. Yet, just as Hera once rained down her wrath on Zeus and his transgressions, so too did the Romans understand the dire consequences of offending Juno. To disregard her was to invite disaster upon the state, to risk the very stability of their civilization. The stakes were high and the tension palpable. As the moon cast its silver light over the ancient city, the duality of Juno and Hera became a living, breathing entity. With every new temple built in Juno's honor, every festival dedicated to her, the connection between the two goddesses deepened. The Romans celebrated their Juno, but in their hearts, they whispered the name of Hera with a sense of reverence, understanding that her roots ran deep in the very soil of their beliefs and practices. In sacred rites, the priests would chant prayers that echoed through the ages, bringing the two goddesses together in a harmonious union. The air thickened with emotion as the faithful sought the blessings of both Juno and Hera. Women would gather, bonding over shared stories, crafting a community that echoed the strength of these divine figures. The tension of loyalty and betrayal pulsed through their lives, reminding them that love, while a beautiful journey, was fraught with challenges. As the sun began to rise, painting the horizon with hues of orange and pink, the stories of Juno and Hera continued to weave through the fabric of time. The bond between the two goddesses transcended cultures, echoing the complexities of love and loyalty. With every heartbeat, with every whispered prayer, the essence of Hera lived on in Juno, a timeless reminder that the trials and tribulations of love are as eternal as the gods themselves. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for the next twist in the tale of these powerful women. The air thrummed with anticipation, an electric charge coursing through the streets of ancient Rome. Citizens bustled about their daily lives, But all eyes turned toward the great temple at the top of the Palatine Hill, where Juno, the revered goddess, held court. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over marble columns, the people knew that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Her presence lingered, a reminder of strength and protection, as they prepared for rituals that would not only honor her, but also intertwine their fates with the fabric of the state. Juno was more than a deity. She was the very heartbeat of Roman state religion. The whisper of her name echoed through the minds of the citizens, invoking feelings of awe and reverence. She was the guardian of the Roman people, the fierce protector of their families, and a symbol of the ideals that bound the community together. Each day, her influence touched countless lives, though most could only feel the gentle pull of her power without fully grasping its depth. The roles she played were myriad, a tapestry woven with threads of tradition and devotion. As the goddess of marriage, Juno presided over unions, her blessing sought by couples hoping to forge a life together. The sacred flame ignited within her temple was not just a flicker of light. It was a beacon of hope for lovers and families, a sign that their bonds were fortified under her watchful eyes. With every wedding ceremony held under her auspices, the collective sigh of relief from the community echoed in the air, a promise of harmony and prosperity. Yet, her role extended beyond the private sphere into the very foundation of Roman identity. Juno was intricately linked to the concept of the state itself. As the protector of the Roman people, her image adorned the standards of the legions, inspiring soldiers as they marched into battle. The sight of her emblem, bright against the sky, kindled courage in the hearts of those who fought for their homeland. In the clamoring chaos of warfare, soldiers felt her presence, a fierce guardian ensuring that Rome would endure. The hushed prayers whispered before battles were imbued with intensity, their hopes resting upon her divine shoulders. The annual festivals held in her honor were a sight to behold, vibrant displays of culture and piety that drew thousands from across the empire. The Festival of Matronalia, a day dedicated to women, marked the influence Juno held over their lives. The streets erupted in joyous celebration as families honored their matriarchs, giving thanks to the goddess who watched over them. It was a time when the roles of wife and mother were elevated, and the sacred relationship between Juno and the Roman people was palpable. Her presence was woven into the very fabric of their existence, existing in every laugh, every tear shed in gratitude. On the day of the Argii, when sacred rites were performed to appease the spirits of the dead, Juno's name rose to the heavens amidst the prayers of the living. Her dual nature, both nurturing and fierce, was evident as the people sought her guidance. They called on her to protect not only the living but also the souls of those who had passed, ensuring their safe passage to the afterlife. It was an emotional affair, filled with heart-wrenching pleas, as the weight of their history and their hopes hung heavy in the air. In those moments, the connection between the goddess and her followers felt palpable, a thread binding generations together. But Juno was not just a passive observer. She was an active participant in the unfolding drama of Roman life. The tales told of her cunning and strength sent shivers down the spines of young and old alike. Her legendary rivalry with Jupiter, the king of the gods, was a constant reminder of her complexity. She was both a nurturing mother and a jealous protector, always seeking to safeguard her children, the Romans, from harm. Her fierce disposition was not just a source of fear but also a wellspring of inspiration. It reminded the citizens that strength could be found in vulnerability, that love could be fiercely protective, and that they, too, could embody those qualities. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow on the city, the Romans gathered for the evening rites at her temple. The air was thick with incense, a rich aroma that filled their lungs and stirred their emotions. Cries of devotion rose, harmonizing with the sound of chanting, weaving a spell of unity and purpose. Juno listened, her ethereal form a watchful guardian in the shadows, drawing energy from the faith of her worshippers. Each prayer offered a connection, a heartbeat resonating through time, bridging the past with the present, as if she were whispering back to them, assuring them of her unfailing presence. In moments of crisis, when doubt crept into the hearts of the citizens, It was Juno who offered solace. During tumultuous times, as political upheaval threatened the stability of Rome, her statue stood resolute, a symbol of unwavering strength. The people would gather, clutching their tokens and offerings, pouring their fears and hopes into her altar. With every flicker of the flame, they felt a sense of renewal, a reassurance that they were not alone. Juno's role was not just to receive. It was to empower, to instill courage where it was most needed. Yet, like a tapestry woven with intricate patterns, her influence was not without challenges. Rival deities and shifting allegiances among the pantheon created a landscape of competition and strife. Juno navigated this world with grace, maintaining her position as a key player in the divine hierarchy. Her resilience became a lesson for the Romans, her determination igniting a fire in their spirits. They watched and learned, understanding that, like their goddess, they too must stand firm against adversity, fiercely defending their homes and families. As darkness enveloped the city, the moon cast a silvery glow over the temple, illuminating the sacred space where hopes, dreams, and tribulations coalesced. Juno ruled not only the night but also the hearts of the Romans, her spirit entwined in their collective memory. They moved forward, ever aware that their goddess was with them, guiding and protecting them as they faced the uncertainties of tomorrow. With each heartbeat, her legacy grew, intertwined with their lives, and the connection between mortals and the divine remained an unbreakable bond, pulsating with life and emotion, an eternal dance of devotion and resilience. In the flickering light of a humble Roman dwelling, a woman stands, her breath quick and anxious. She clutches a few grains of flour, remnants of yesterday's bread, while her heart races with unvoiced dreams. Just beyond the threshold, the bustling world of the forum pulses with life. Men in togas debate politics, merchants hawk their wares, and children laugh in the streets. Yet, within these walls, her universe is small, confined by the expectations of a society that often overlooks her potential. But she is not just any woman. She is a matrona, a symbol of strength, honor, and fidelity, molded by the divine influence of Juno, the queen of the gods. Juno, often seen as a protector of marriage and women, looms large in the lives of matroni, guiding them through the stony paths of motherhood, loyalty, and societal duty. Her essence seeps into every corner of their existence, whispering wisdom that echoes through generations, urging them to uphold the sacred values that bind family and community. The matrona's heart beats in synchrony with the altars of Juno scattered throughout Rome. Each shrine, adorned with flowers and offerings, stands as a testament to her influence. Women gather around these altars, their voices a collective tide, drawing strength from the goddess's watchful presence. They light candles, their flames flickering like their hopes, bidding Juno to bless their families, to grant them prosperity, and to protect their children from harm. In those moments, the air is thick with unspoken prayers, each one a declaration of resilience and devotion. As the matrona continues to knead the dough, she recalls the stories passed down through the generations. Tales of valor and sacrifice, of women who defied norms, inspired by Juno's fierce spirit. There was Lucretia, who chose the honor of her family over her own life, and the Vestal Virgins, guardians of Rome's sacred flame, whose purity was paramount. These women, like threads in a grand tapestry, weave together the rich fabric of Roman society, each one a reflection of Juno's ideals. But there is pain woven into this tapestry, too. The matrona knows well the cost of her role, a life often measured by the success of her husband and the virtue of her children. The weight of expectation can be suffocating, pressing down like the heavy cloak she wears on chilly mornings. Still, she stands tall, embodying the grace of Juno, who, despite her own trials with Jupiter's infidelities, maintained her dignity and power. In the marketplace, whispers swirl like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. Men speak of politics and war, their voices booming with authority, while women exchange furtive glances, their laughter layered with the understanding that they possess a different kind of strength. It is the strength born from sacrifice, from the quiet moments of nurturing when they cradle their babies and sing them to sleep, the strength that ensures the hearth remains warm and the family bond unbreakable. Amidst the chatter, a Matrona overhears a conversation about a new edict passed by the Senate that threatens to undermine her rights. Anger flares within her, igniting a fierce resolve. Can they not see the crucial role women play in holding the fabric of society together? With every child they rear, every meal they prepare, they are the silent architects of Rome, yet their voices remain muted in the grand halls of power. It is a clash of worlds, a reminder that while Juno's ideals are celebrated, the reality often feels like a heavy shroud. As evening descends, the Matrona returns home, a mixture of pride and weariness coursing through her veins. Her children await her, their faces alight with the innocence of youth. In their eyes, she sees the reflection of her hopes and dreams, and she draws strength from them. She knows that each generation holds the promise of a brighter future, and she is determined to instill in them the values of loyalty, honor, and resilience that Juno embodies. Around the flickering flames of the hearth, she weaves tales of the goddess, their protector, their guide. She speaks of Juno's unwavering strength in the face of adversity, instilling in her children the belief that they, too, can rise above the challenges that life presents. The bond of family becomes a sacred promise, a commitment forged in the fires of love and loyalty, echoing Juno's own narrative of devotion. A sudden knock at the door shatters the peaceful moment. It is a messenger, breathless and urgent, bearing news that sends a chill through the room. A rival faction has risen, threatening not only the stability of their community but the very lives of those they hold dear. The Matrona's heart races as fear grips her. She knows that the time has come to channel the indomitable spirit of Juno. She gathers the women of her household, sisters, mothers, daughters, binding them together in a circle of strength. They stand firm, a living testament to the power of Matrone, ready to confront the storm. With a fierce determination ignited by the goddess's essence, they prepare to protect their families, their home, and the values that define them. As the moon rises high above the city, casting a silver glow over the rooftops, echoes of their resolve fill the night. They are not just women confined to the shadows. They are Matrone, the embodiment of Juno's legacy, ready to rise and fight for their rightful place in the world. An ancient fire burns in their hearts, a reminder that their influence extends beyond the household, touching the very foundations of society. The Matrona stands at the forefront, her eyes ablaze with purpose, feeling the weight of history on her shoulders. And as they march into the gathering storm, she knows that what they are about to face is more than a battle for their lives. It is a fight for the honor of all women, a pledge to the goddess who has inspired them. In that moment, the world outside fades, and all that remains is the bond of sisterhood, an unbreakable chain forged in the spirit of Juno. Their footsteps echo like thunder, a powerful reminder that they are not alone. In their hearts, they carry the strength of every Matrona before them, and as they step into the unknown, they know that the legacy of Juno will continue to guide them, lighting their way through the darkness. The tension, the emotion, the pulse of history, everything converges as they march forward, ready to redefine their place in a world that has often tried to silence them. In a time when gods walked among mortals, Juno peered down from the heavens, her heart pounding with a mix of fury and despair. A cold wind swept through the temple, rustling the long drapes that hung like shadows, echoing her inner turmoil. There was a flicker of movement below, a flash of golden hair, and there he was, Jupiter, glowing with an effulgence that made the sun itself seem dim. But it wasn't his radiance that sparked the fire in Juno's heart. It was the whispers that followed him, the laughter of mortals who adored him, the way they turned their faces toward him as if he were their savior. Jealousy, a bitter and relentless beast, gnawed at her insides. It was not merely a feeling. It was a weight, a burden that pulsed with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Roman values lauded strength, honor, and loyalty. Yet here she stood, a goddess entwined in a web of betrayal. Jupiter, the king of gods, had taken countless lovers, and with each affair, Juno's heart twisted in pain. The stories of his conquests echoed through the marble halls, tales of seduction and allure that left her shivering with rage and sorrow. As she recalled the tales of Europa, the beauty stolen away on a bull, of Leda, who bore children from a swan, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. Each story was a dagger, plunging deeper into her soul, reminding her of her own wounded pride. Was she not the queen of the heavens? Did she not deserve his unwavering loyalty? Yet, with each infidelity, she felt herself slipping, her worth measured against the allure of his lovers and their fleeting charms. Mortals revered Jupiter, praising him for his might and wisdom, but Juno knew the truth of his heart. Power had a way of corrupting, and she felt it twist around him, squeezing out the love they once shared. In the quiet corners of Olympus, whispers of her jealousy bloomed like poisonous flowers. They spoke of her wrath, of storms she conjured to punish those who dared to cross her. Yet, they never spoke of her pain, the way it hollowed her out, leaving her a shell of the fierce goddess she once was. Juno stood at the precipice of her emotions, her eyes blazing like the skies above during a tempest. She was a warrior, bound by the ideals of loyalty and honor. Yet here she was, caught in the storm of her tumultuous feelings. Each time she saw Jupiter smiling, basking in the adoration of mortals, it felt as if she was drowning. The very essence of Roman values, fidelity, respect, and strength, seemed to mock her as her heart shattered, piece by piece. Yet, in the depth of her despair, a glimmer of resolve flickered. Juno was not just a goddess of marriage. She was a force to be reckoned with. Her jealousy was not simply a weakness but a fire that could be harnessed. The world around her had to understand that her love was not to be trifled with. If Jupiter sought others, then it was her right to remind him of the consequences, to show him the power of a scorned goddess. With each breath, she conjured images of vengeance. She envisioned the mortal women who had captured his attention, the nymphs and the maidens, their laughter ringing in her ears like a taunt. Each one was a reflection of her own insecurities, each one a reminder that in love and war, the stakes were high. Would they laugh when she unleashed her fury? Would they still prance about in their delight when the skies darkened and the thunder rumbled, signaling her wrath? Every footfall echoed in the halls of Olympus, a reminder of her power intertwined with her pain. Juno summoned storms that swept through valleys and mountains, leaving destruction in their wake. It was not just a display of anger. It was a declaration that she would not be overlooked. Her jealousy transformed into a ferocious force, one that the very foundation of Roman values could not ignore. The tension between her love and her rage escalated, creating an electric atmosphere that crackled like lightning in the sky. How many would have to suffer for her heartache? Would Jupiter realize the depth of her devotion only when he faced the tempest she could unleash? As she plotted her next move, a chilling realization washed over her. Jealousy was not just a fleeting emotion. It was a weapon, and she would wield it with precision. In the grand tapestry of Roman mythology, loyalty was paramount. Yet here she stood, a queen torn between love and the bitter taste of betrayal. The stories of the gods told of valor and glory, but they also whispered of heartbreak and revenge. Juno was about to become a legend, a figure etched in the minds of mortals and gods alike, a goddess whose jealousy would not be silenced. As she gazed down at Jupiter, surrounded by his adoring followers, a plan began to form, intricate and cunning. Each soul he had captivated would feel the weight of her wrath. The winds of change began to stir, leaving a cold trail that promised chaos. They would understand that love, especially divine love, was fraught with peril. In that moment, she felt alive, the fire of determination igniting her spirit. The clouds rolled in, thick and foreboding, a harbinger of the storm to come. Juno was no longer just a goddess scorned. She was a tempest, ready to unleash her fury upon those who dared to cross the line. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, the world held its breath, waiting for the clash of power between love and jealousy, a divine battle that would echo through time itself. The moon hung low that night, casting silver beams across the ancient city, illuminating the worn stones that had seen centuries of triumph and tragedy. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering stories of gods and heroes. It was in this enchanted moment that the tale of Juno and the heroic journey began to unfold, threading through history like a golden tapestry, rich with emotion and powerful legacies. Juno, the majestic queen of the gods, stood at the edge of Olympus, her heart heavy with both pride and sorrow. She was the embodiment of strength and resilience, yet beneath her regal exterior lay a torrent of feelings, a storm of love and betrayal. Her marriage to Jupiter, the king of the gods, was a constant battleground where loyalty clashed with jealousy. Each day brought new challenges, as Jupiter's infidelities pierced her heart like 1,000 needles. She was a warrior queen, but even the mightiest can falter. Her journey was not merely one of divine politics. It was intertwined with the mortal realm, where heroes emerged from the dust of conflict, seeking glory, purpose, and a place in the annals of time. Juno watched over them, her heart swelling with both hope and apprehension. These heroes, brave and bold, often bore the weight of their lineage, the blood of gods coursing through their veins, demanding greatness. Yet, with that greatness came a price. The choices they made echoed through the ages, shaping destinies and forging myths. As night fell deeper, the air thickened with tension, the kind that crackled like electricity before a storm. Among the heroes was Aeneas, a warrior of unmatched valor, destined to escape the ruins of Troy and found a new homeland. Juno's heart tightened at the thought of him. She had once nurtured his fate, blessing him with the strength to overcome insurmountable obstacles. But as his journey unfolded, every step he took toward destiny felt like a betrayal of her ideals. Torn between her protective instincts and the knowledge of his fate, Juno wrestled with the duality of her divine nature. The night air began to swirl with whispers of prophecies, speaking of trials and tribulation. Aeneas would face the wrath of Juno, who sought to hinder his path, not out of malice, but out of a fierce desire to protect her realm. The gods were not merely observers. They were participants, wielding power that could shift the tides of fate. The weight of Juno's decisions grew heavier, urging her to choose between her heart and her duty. Then, in the depths of the night, a figure emerged, a lost soul wandering through the darkness. It was Dido, the queen of Carthage, consumed by heartbreak and longing. She had welcomed Aeneas into her kingdom with open arms, offering him sanctuary and love. But the winds of fate howled cruelly, spiriting him away when duty called. Dido's spirit was fractured, and in her despair, she too became a part of the myth, a tragic heroine, ensnared in a web of love and loss. Juno felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, drawn to Dido's pain, for she too knew the sting of betrayal and the burden of expectation. As the stars twinkled coldly overhead, Juno made her choice. She would meddle, not out of spite, but to protect the hearts of those caught in this relentless cycle of longing and loss. A fierce determination surged within her as she conjured storms and whirlwinds to block Aeneas's way. Yet, with every tempest she summoned, she felt the tug of her heartstrings, the pull toward the very humanity she tried to shield. Juno was both goddess and woman, fierce yet tender, protective yet broken. The clash of gods erupted in the heavens, a symphony of thunder and lightning. The ground trembled as Aeneas, unyielding and determined, pressed forward, driven by the whispers of fate and destiny. He fought through the trials set before him, each challenge a testament to his strength and resolve. Juno, watching from above, felt the painful twinge of admiration for his courage, yet her actions were set in motion, entwined with her own heartache. In one moment of chaos, while storms raged and the sky split open, Aeneas stood on the precipice of fate. His heart pulsed with the weight of his journey, each beat echoing the struggles of those who came before him. Echoes of heroes long gone, of Juno's own struggles, and the eternal dance of love and loss. It was in that heartbeat that Juno realized the true essence of the heroic journey, the intertwining of mortal and divine, the struggles of the heart that transcended time and space. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, the winds shifted. Aeneas was no longer just the hero of his story. He became a symbol of hope, embodying everything Juno had once cherished. She felt a stirring within her, a yearning to guide him, to help him realize his destiny without interference. The tension in her heart fluttered, a paradox of desire and duty. In a bold move, she cast aside her storm, allowing the clouds to part just enough for Aeneas to see the path forward. There was a moment of recognition, an understanding that transcended their roles as goddess and hero. It was a fleeting glimpse of kinship, an acknowledgement of shared pain. The world around them held its breath, and in that silent moment, Juno knew she had to let go, to allow the hero to carve his own fate. The stars twinkled brightly as Aeneas, now unburdened by the storm, forged ahead, his heart resonating with purpose and resolution. Juno watched, her heart swelling with conflicting emotions, pride, sadness, and an unexpected thrill of liberation. She was no longer simply a queen. She was a part of the narrative, a catalyst in the unfolding saga of love and sacrifice, a reflection of the human experience that echoed through the ages. As Aeneas journeyed toward his destiny, leaving a trail of history in his wake, Juno stood at the edge of Olympus, gazing down at the world below. The tales of heroism and heartbreak spiraled around her, weaving through the fabric of existence itself. Each hero was a note in the grand symphony of life, and she, the eternal listener, felt the melody shift and change, resonating deep within her soul. What lay ahead was uncharted, filled with both peril and promise, as the gods and mortals continued to intertwine in this timeless dance. And as the moon shone brightly, illuminating the path for those brave enough to tread it, the echoes of the past fused with the pulse of the present, promising that the stories were far from over. The world awaited the next chapter, each heartbeat a reminder that the heroic journey was just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, bathing the land in a golden hue, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the rocky terrain. It was a day like any other in the ancient realm of Thebes, yet beneath the surface, a storm was brewing, a tempest of pride, betrayal, and bitter enmity. At the heart of this turmoil stood Hercules, a titan among men, revered for his strength and bravery. He had slain lions and tamed wild beasts, but what lay ahead would test not just his muscles, but the very fabric of his soul. The whispers of discontent fluttered through the air, a haunting melody that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to challenge the demigod. A rivalry had been kindled, one that would lead Hercules into trials that would forever mark his legacy. It began with a fleeting glance, a heated word exchanged in the marketplace, but soon escalated into a full-blown conflict, fueled by jealousy and resentment. The man who bore the brunt of Hercules' trials was none other than Eurystheus, the king of Tiryns, a man whose envy festered as he watched Hercules bask in the glow of adoration from the people. Eurystheus was cunning, a man who understood the power of words and manipulation. He plotted in the shadows, crafting a series of seemingly impossible tasks that would serve to undermine Hercules, to strip him of his glory, and to bring him to his knees. The first of these tasks was a monster that sent chills down the spine of even the bravest warriors, the Nemean lion, a beast whose skin was impervious to weapons. As Hercules stood before the towering creature, the weight of destiny bore down on him. He could feel the eyes of Thebes upon him, their hopes and fears intertwined with his own. The clash that followed was nothing short of legendary. Hercules, muscles taut and sinews straining, roared his battle cry as he grappled with the lion, the raw power of nature unleashed in a whirlwind of fury and ferocity. It was a fight that transcended mere combat. It was a fight for his very identity. Each blow he landed echoed like thunder, reverberating through the valley. But the lion was relentless, its teeth sharp enough to pierce the strongest armor, its claws like daggers. Blood and sweat mingled on the ground, soaking the earth with the essence of a struggle that felt eternal. Just when hope seemed lost, Hercules found the strength within. In a final surge of determination, he trapped the lion in a chokehold, every muscle screaming in protest. With one mighty twist, he snapped the beast's neck, the silence that followed ringing in his ears like a victory bell. He wore the lion's skin as a cloak, a symbol of his triumph, but also a mark of the challenges yet to come. Eurystheus, waiting with a sly smile, watched the news of Hercules' victory spread like wildfire. But instead of pride, he felt only fury. This was not the end, but merely the beginning of a more profound enmity. His next task for Hercules was even more daunting. The Lernaean Hydra, a creature with many heads, each one regenerating as fast as they were cut off. The very thought of it sent shivers down Hercules' spine. He had faced death, but this was different. This was a creature born of nightmares. As he approached the swampy lair of the Hydra, the air thickened with a sense of dread. Each step felt like a march toward oblivion. The stench of decay hung heavy, and the water shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. The very ground seemed to whisper warnings, but Hercules pressed on, the fire of resolve blazing in his heart. When the Hydra emerged, its multiple heads writhing like snakes, a primal fear gripped him. A fear not just of the creature, but of the looming shadow of fate. The battle was brutal, each slice of Hercules' sword sending heads flying, only for two more to spring forth in their place. He fought not just against the Hydra, but against the suffocating weight of expectation and his own faltering spirit. With each head he severed, he could hear Eurystheus' mocking laughter ringing in his ears, a reminder of the king's sinister plot. The waters turned crimson, and Hercules fought through despair, unwilling to let the monster win. In a moment of sheer desperation, he remembered the words of his mentor, the wise Chiron. To conquer the beast, you must outsmart it. With renewed vigor, he called upon the strength of his spirit, using fire to seal the stumps of the severed heads. Victory surged through him like a tidal wave, but the brief celebration was overshadowed by the looming specter of future trials. Hercules was a master of strength, but Eurystheus had other plans, tasks that would test every facet of his being. The third trial awaited him in the form of the Ceryneian hind, a creature so swift and elusive it seemed to dance upon the very air. It was not a monster to be slain, but rather a spirit to be captured. The chase was relentless, each moment stretching into eternity, as Hercules chased the creature through dense forests and across sunlit meadows. It was a test of patience, of will, and of restraint. Would he become the hunter or the hunted? As he sprinted, the ground beneath him pulsed with life, and he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. The hind was a symbol, a reminder of beauty and grace, and as he finally caught it, tears of frustration mixed with relief streamed down his face. He had succeeded once more, but the taste of victory was bittersweet. Each triumph only served to deepen the chasm between him and Eurystheus, feeding the king's enmity further. With each completed task, Hercules felt the walls closing in, the air growing thicker with tension. The trials were unrelenting, each one more dangerous than the last, designed to shatter not just his body but his spirit. And yet, through blood and sweat, through laughter and tears, Hercules remained unbroken. As he prepared for the next challenge, the chill of uncertainty gnawed at him, but he stood tall, a warrior poised for battle, his heart a furnace of ferocity. The path ahead was fraught with danger, a labyrinth of trials that would lead him ever closer to a confrontation with the insatiable envy of Eurystheus, the very embodiment of his struggles and strife. The air crackled with tension as Juno stood before the fates, three ethereal figures cloaked in shadows and light, their fingers weaving the threads of destiny with the kind of deftness that sent shivers down the spine. Each strand sang with the whispers of countless lives, and the weight of their gaze felt like 1,000 burning suns, penetrating her soul. The fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, were not mere spectators of fate. They were the weavers of it, and they held the power to catapult Juno into realms she both feared and yearned for. "Your time has come, Juno," Clotho declared, her voice a melody that was both soothing and chilling. She spun a thread from her spindle, vibrant and alive, shimmering with possibilities. Juno's heart raced as she felt herself drawn into the tapestry of fate, a dizzying swirl of emotions flooding her senses. With every flick of Clotho's wrist, she caught glimpses of what could be, moments of joy, depths of sorrow, and everything in between. Yet, a shadow loomed over her heart, a whisper of doubt that coiled tightly around her, tightening its grip with each passing second. Lachesis, the seer, stepped forward, her eyes piercing into Juno's very essence. "You must choose," she said softly, her words slicing through the tension like a knife. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. Juno felt the pull of possibilities, each more tantalizing than the last. Yet every choice came with its own sacrifice. Would she step into the role of the devoted wife, forever tied to Jupiter's whims, or embrace the fierceness of independence, perhaps shunning the bonds of love that had shaped her existence? The pull of the fates was strong, and Juno could feel her heart battling against the constraints of her destiny. The threads danced and shimmered around her, a kaleidoscope of choices that sparkled with the promise of new beginnings and tragic endings. Each flicker of light sent jolts of electricity through her veins, and she could almost hear the distant echoes of past decisions, those made by her ancestors, echoing the struggles of goddesses before her. Atropos, the crone of the trio, clutched the shears that were said to sever the threads of life itself. With a mere snip, she could bring an end or a new beginning, and the sight of those sharp blades made Juno's breath hitch. "Choose wisely, for once the thread is cut, there is no turning back," Atropos warned, her voice like gravel. There was no softness in her tone, only the stark reality that Juno could feel in her bones. "Do you fear the snip?" Lachesis asked, her eyes narrowing as if she were peeling back the layers of Juno's heart. "Or do you fear the weight of your own choices?" The question lingered, heavy and suffocating, as Juno found herself lost in thought, grappling with the enormity of her reality. She had faced many trials, but this was different. It was the very fabric of her existence that hung in the balance. Visions of her life flashed before her, moments of laughter with her fellow goddesses, the warmth of affection from Jupiter, the bitter taste of betrayal, and the fierce desire for independence that curled within her. Each memory was a thread, interwoven with the others, and Juno realized that no choice would come without its price. The fates watched her, unblinking, their eyes reflecting the weight of countless decisions made by mortals and gods alike. As her heart raced, Juno found herself yearning for the clarity that seemed just out of reach. Clotho spun another thread, and this one shimmered with the possibility of rebellion, a life where she could carve her own path, free from the expectations of her divine status. But in that vision lay the echoes of loneliness, the haunting realization that greatness often demands sacrifice. Would she risk it all for a chance to live on her own terms? The tension swelled as the fates continued their silent observation, knowing full well the tempest of emotions that raged inside her. "There is power in choice," Clotho murmured as if reading her thoughts. "But with power comes responsibility." The words resonated deeply, each syllable like a drumbeat in Juno's heart, igniting a fire within her that she had long kept subdued. Glancing back at the fates, Juno felt their unwavering gaze, as if they were inviting her to step into the unknown, to face the very essence of her being. She could feel the threads of destiny intertwining with her essence, each one whispering promises of what could be. The urge to surrender to their will danced on the edge of her consciousness, but a rebellious spark flared inside her. She was more than a pawn in their game. With a sudden rush of courage, Juno took a step forward, her voice steady despite the storm swirling in her heart. "I will not be defined by the threads you weave," she declared, and her words echoed in the space between them like a battle cry. "I will choose my path, for it is mine to take." The fates regarded her with a mix of wonder and caution, their expressions inscrutable, but she could sense the shift in their energy. Clotho's thread shimmered brighter, as if responding to Juno's defiance. "Then choose, and know that the consequences will be yours to bear," she said, weaving the threads around her in a dance of possibility. The dance was beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the weight of choice, but also a promise of the strength she possessed. As Juno embraced the swirling threads, she felt a surge of energy, an ancient magic coursing through her veins. The fates were still there, silent witnesses to her struggle, yet somehow less intimidating now as she recognized her own strength. She would not be bound by the choices of others, nor would she let her identity be dictated by the whims of fate. In that moment, she understood that the power of choice was not just a gift. It was a responsibility, one that would shape her future in ways she could scarcely imagine. The threads entwined around her, vibrant and alive, pulsating with the potential of her next steps. Juno's heart swelled with emotion, and as she stood there, she felt the weight of her ancestors behind her, urging her on, their spirits entwined with her own. As the fates continued their quiet dance, Juno prepared to embrace whatever came next, her heart racing with anticipation. The story of her life was still being woven, and she was determined to take her place as a powerful force in it. The threads around her shimmered with the promise of rebellion, love, and the potential for freedom. She was ready to step fully into her destiny, whatever that might mean. A shudder ran through the very air of ancient Rome, as whispers of Juno's wrath echoed in the hearts of its people. Her jealousy was a fierce storm, raging like the thunderclouds that hovered ominously over the city, casting shadows on the lives below. The goddess of marriage and women watched with sharp, envious eyes, unable to bear the sight of her husband Jupiter's countless affairs. In her fury, she cast a long shadow over the mortals, intertwining their fates with her own tumultuous emotions. It was a time when the vibrant streets of Rome bustled with life, yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. Women, adorned in their finest silks and jewels, huddled together, exchanging worried glances. They spoke in hushed voices, aware that Juno's jealousy could turn their lives upside down with a single thought. A rival's beauty could lead to an unforeseen disaster, and the fear of her divine retribution loomed large over the city. In a modest home on the outskirts of Rome, a young woman named Clodia stood before a mirror, gazing at her reflection. Her hair shone like spun gold, and her laughter was said to bring joy to those who heard it. But that very beauty was a double-edged sword. Clodia's heart ached with the burden of being noticed, for she knew that admiration could breed envy, and envy could summon the wrath of Juno. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the city, a festival began in honor of Jupiter. Clodia's heart raced with excitement and fear. The celebration would draw crowds, laughter, and love, but it would also attract jealousy. She recalled the tale of a girl named Livia, a once beautiful maiden who caught the attention of Jupiter. Juno's jealousy had turned Livia into a mere shadow of herself, her beauty fading, her spirit broken, and she vanished into obscurity, a victim of divine spite. Clodia's friend, Aurelia, had insisted that they attend the festival, her eyes sparkling with the promise of adventure. "What's life without a little risk?" she had said, her laughter ringing through Clodia's home. Yet, as they stepped into the flickering candlelight of the festival, Clodia felt a chill run down her spine. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet wines, and the melodies of flutes filled the night, but the joy felt fragile, like glass ready to shatter. As the two young women navigated through the throng, Clodia's heart sank. She spotted a group of women, their laughter sharp and mocking. They were known as the daughters of Juno, beautiful and vindictive, capable of turning any moment into a nightmare. Clodia felt the weight of their gaze, and her stomach twisted. It was as if Juno herself had descended, watching from above, her presence felt in every whisper and every scornful glance. As the festivities continued, Clodia's fear transformed into dread. The night unfolded in brilliant colors, but each burst of laughter felt like a countdown, a warning of the storm to come. Aurelia, ever the optimist, danced with abandon, unaware of the storm clouds gathering around them. Clodia, however, felt her heart race at the sudden appearance of a young man, Marcus, who approached with a smile that could light up the darkest corners of her heart. He was charming, handsome, and his presence made her forget the lurking shadows. But even in that moment of joy, Juno's jealousy seeped in. As Marcus laughed and spoke, Clodia could sense the tension rising. It was as if the air grew thicker with each compliment he paid her. Every glance from the daughters of Juno felt like a dagger aimed at her heart. In that instant, she realized that Juno's power wasn't just a tale of the gods. It reverberated through the lives of ordinary mortals, weaving them into a tapestry of chaos and misfortune. Suddenly, the festival erupted into chaos. A wild scream pierced the air, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Clodia turned, her heart pounding, to see one of the daughters of Juno pointing a trembling finger at Aurelia, her laughter now a distant memory. "You think you can rival the beauty of our goddess? You're nothing but a fool." The crowd gasped, their eyes darting between the girls and the furious goddess whose envy had ignited this moment. Panic surged through the festival, and Clodia felt the world tilting beneath her. The dance of joy turned into one of fear, as the goddess's jealousy turned towards Aurelia, who stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror. In that instant, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby statue, shattering it into pieces, as if Juno herself had unleashed her wrath upon them. The crowd scattered like birds, their laughter forgotten in the face of divine anger. Clodia grabbed Aurelia's hand, her heart pounding as they fled through the chaos. "We have to go!" she shouted, urgency igniting every fiber of her being. But Aurelia looked back, her eyes filled with confusion and hurt. "I didn't mean to anger her," she cried. "I only wanted to have fun." But there was no time for explanations. As they pushed through the frightened mass of people, Clodia knew that Juno's jealousy didn't merely impact the innocent. It had the power to shatter lives. In her mind, she could see the faces of women who had suffered, lives turned upside down by the goddess's spite. Would she and Aurelia become another cautionary tale whispered among the people of Rome? Would their laughter fade into nothingness, victims of a jealousy that transcended the mortal realm? The festival, once a place of joy, had become a nightmare, and Juno's jealousy hung over them like a dark cloud, heavy with impending doom. Clodia's breath came in sharp gasps as they stumbled into an alley, the echoes of chaos fading behind them. But even there, in the shadows, Juno's presence lingered, a ghostly reminder of her power. As they leaned against the cool stone, Clodia felt the weight of her choices, the burden of beauty, and the fear of envy. Aurelia, still shaken, clutched her arm, seeking comfort in the silence. But in that silence, the truth settled heavily on their hearts. Juno's jealousy wasn't just a story. It was a living force that could reach out and grasp them, twisting their fates in ways they could not comprehend. In the darkness, the world outside continued to spin, unaware of the fragility of mortal lives caught beneath the shadow of a goddess. Clodia's heart raced with the knowledge that Juno's jealousy was far from over, and with every heartbeat, she felt the storm brewing once more, ready to unleash its fury. A chill wind swept through the forum, carrying whispers of prayers and offerings to the heavens above. Roman citizens bustled around, their faces a mix of hope and anxiety. They knew that the fate of their beloved city rested in the hands of one powerful goddess, Juno. The very air thickened with the weight of her presence, a promise of protection as well as a reminder of the stakes. In every heart lay the unspoken truth. Juno was not just a goddess. She was the fierce guardian of Rome, an eternal sentinel against the tides of chaos that sought to engulf them. Her temple loomed large, its marble columns reaching toward the sky like stoic sentinels. Inside, the flickering light from oil lamps danced on the walls, illuminating intricate carvings that told stories of battles won and peace maintained. Each carving held the weight of history, echoing the prayers of countless Romans who had turned to Juno in their desperate hours. They offered her garlands of flowers, sacrifices of fruit, and the soft sound of their voices rising in unison. They believed, deep down, in her unwavering loyalty to the state and its people. On this particular day, the tension was palpable. A looming threat had stirred in the east, with whispers of invasion sending shivers down the spines of the bravest soldiers. The Senate convened, hushed voices debating strategies, while casting furtive glances toward Juno's temple. The urgency was undeniable. They needed her favor more than ever. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the marble floors of the Senate, an elder senator rose to speak. "Today, we reaffirm our bond with Juno," he declared, his voice trembling with urgency. "We must not falter in our devotion. She has always shielded us, but her protection must be sought actively. The omens are clear, and we cannot take her presence for granted." His words hung in the air, heavy with significance. Behind closed doors, the senators exchanged glances, their minds racing. What if the goddess turned her back on them? What if their offerings were not enough? Fear twisted in their stomachs, and they felt the weight of the city's hopes resting upon their shoulders. Juno was not just a deity. She was the embodiment of the state itself, a fierce protector who demanded loyalty and respect. Meanwhile, in the temple, Juno's divine spirit stirred. She watched over the city, her eyes like molten gold, radiating both warmth and authority. She understood the hearts of the Romans, their fears, their joys, their relentless ambition. It was her duty to guard the sanctity of the state, a role she embraced with fierce love. Yet today, she felt the tremors of uncertainty ripple through her domain. The whispers of war gnawed at her mind, a dark specter that beckoned chaos into the orderly world of Rome. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows within her temple. A priestess, devoted and earnest, stepped forward, her hands trembling as she clutched a sacred offering, a golden laurel wreath. "Oh, Juno," she implored, her voice a soft prayer. "We beseech you to lend your strength to our warriors. Let your protection shield our beloved Rome from the storms that brew beyond our gates." The flickering flames flickered brighter, as if responding to her plea. Juno felt the weight of the offering, the pure emotion behind it. She wanted to reach down, to envelop the priestess in her divine warmth, but she knew the gravity of her responsibilities. The flame of protection must burn brightly in her heart, igniting the courage of those who looked to her. As dusk settled and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the Senate gathered again, now a riot of anxiety and hope. The elder senator spoke again, his voice steady but heavy. "Tonight we will hold a vigil for Juno. We will call upon her strength and loyalty. Every citizen must gather. We will show her that we are united, that we are worthy of her divine protection." The announcement spread like wildfire through the streets of Rome. Families hurried to prepare offerings, children whispered prayers, and the entire city buzzed with anticipation. They lit torches, and as darkness fell, a river of light snaked through the cobblestone streets, leading toward Juno's temple. Each flickering flame was a testament to their hope, their shared faith in the goddess who had stood by them through countless trials. In the courtyard of the temple, the air thickened with emotion. Romans of all ages filled the space, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the torches. Together, they began to chant her name, a rhythmic melody that soared into the heavens. "Juno, Juno, protectress of Rome." The sound echoed, resonating with the very stones of the city. The chant grew stronger, a pledge of loyalty, a call to the goddess who held their fate in her hands. As the voices rose, Juno felt the pull of her people, their devotion flooding her spirit. She could not ignore their pleas. She was intertwined with their struggles and triumphs. With each heartbeat, she felt the weight of history, the sacrifices made, the battles fought, the dreams woven into the fabric of Rome. But what if she could not protect them this time? What if the tides of war could not be held back? The night stretched on, filled with fervent prayers and heartfelt offerings. The flickering torches illuminated the faces of the devoted, their eyes reflecting both fear and determination. Each voice, every whisper, wove a tapestry of emotion that reached deep into the cosmos, seeking a response from the goddess who watched from above. And in that moment, as the city united in defiance against looming darkness, an invisible thread connected them, an unbreakable bond of loyalty that surged through their veins. Juno, in her celestial form, felt the weight of their unity. She could not let them down. The fire of their faith ignited her own, sparking a divine resolve within her. Above them, the stars flickered as if in agreement, and the wind whispered secrets of courage. Rome was not just a city. It was a living testament to the strength of its people. As Juno gazed down upon them, she knew that her role was not merely to protect but to inspire, a guiding force that would rally the Romans to stand together against any threat. The night deepened, the urgency of their situation wrapping tightly around them like a cloak. Juno's spirit surged with the energy of her people. She was ready to respond, The battle for the heart of Rome had just begun, and she would stand at the forefront, fierce and unyielding, as they faced whatever darkness lay ahead. The air vibrated with anticipation, and the flickering flames of the torches lit the path to an uncertain fate, where hope and fear danced together in an eternal struggle. In the flickering light of dawn, Juno stood at the precipice of a world forever altered, her heart a storm of conflicting emotions. The air was thick with the scent of impending battle, yet within her, love simmered like a hidden fire. The clash of swords and the cries of warriors echoed in the distance, but Juno's thoughts were far from the chaos. They were tethered to the one she loved, a soldier whose fate now danced on the edge of a blade. As she gazed into the horizon, memories flooded her mind. Moments stolen in the shadows of war, where laughter mingled with whispered promises. Their fingers entwined, they had once wandered through sun-dappled fields, oblivious to the darkness creeping upon their lives. But now, with each heartbeat, she felt the weight of uncertainty. Would she see him again? Would love survive the agony of war? Juno had always been a woman caught between two worlds, the fierce goddess of war and the tender keeper of love. History, with all its blood-soaked pages, painted her as a figure of strength, but the heart knows no boundaries. She understood that love could be as fierce as the sharpest sword, yet as fragile as the tiniest flower. In the throes of battle, she had witnessed the brutality of men, the raw ferocity that could snuff out a life in an instant. And yet, it was in that very turmoil that love often flourished, resilient and defiant. Just beyond the fields, a great army was preparing for the fight that would decide their fates. Metal clanked against metal, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of 1,000 boots. Juno felt every heartbeat echo in her chest, the rhythmic pulse of her love threaded through the chaos. She could almost see him there, fighting valiantly, the sunlight glinting off his armor, defiant against the tide of darkness. The thought made her heart race, but it also twisted like a knife in her gut. Her hands clenched into fists. She could fight alongside him, wielding the power bestowed upon her. The legends spoke of her divine strength, how she led armies and determined outcomes. But what Juno craved was not victory. It was the simple act of holding him close. The irony of a love born in the crucible of war sent shivers down her spine, and yet it made sense. Wouldn't it be the greatest irony if, in the end, love was the very thing that could conquer all? With the dawn breaking, a strange calm settled over her. Juno closed her eyes, picturing their reunion. She saw the way his eyes sparkled with mischief, how his laughter warmed her soul even in the darkest of winters. She could hear his voice calling out to her, promising that they would find their way back to each other no matter the odds. Yet the images danced like shadows, fleeting and elusive. The battlefield loomed before her, a harsh reminder of the reality they faced. In the midst of her reverie, a sharp cry pierced the air, a warning. Juno's heart raced as she opened her eyes just in time to see the first wave of soldiers charge across the field. The clashing of swords began, echoing like thunder, each strike resonating deep within her. The primal scream of war filled the air, drowning out her thoughts of love, yet it was the very essence of that love that propelled her forward. Remembering the lessons of her past, Juno stepped into the battlefield, a warrior goddess among men. She fought fiercely, every blow she struck fueled by the hope of seeing him again. The world became a blur of chaos around her, but in that frenzy, she felt a strange sense of clarity. Each swing of her sword was a prayer for his safety, a promise that she would not rest until they were together again. But war is a fickle mistress. In the midst of victory, loss lurked, and just as quickly as the joy of battle surged, it could twist into despair. Juno's heart sank as she caught sight of a fallen soldier, their face shrouded in dust and blood. Her breath caught in her throat. She rushed to kneel beside him, hoping against hope that it was not the one she loved. The battlefield felt like a vortex, pulling her deeper into the chaos, where the lines between love and loss blurred. As she cradled the soldier's head, the light in his eyes dimmed. His last breath escaped in a whisper. Juno's heart shattered all over again, a reminder that love is often intertwined with pain. This soldier had dreams, a life waiting to unfold, but war had snatched that away. In that moment, Juno realized the cruel duality of her existence. She was both a goddess of war and a vessel of love, and in her heart, she carried the burden of every soul lost to the battlefield. The echo of his last words lingered, a haunting melody that tugged at her very core. "Fight for love," he had murmured, a flicker of hope in the fading light of his eyes. With every fiber of her being, Juno understood that love was not merely an emotion. It was a force that could withstand the fiercest storms. As the battle raged on, she felt its power swell inside her, igniting a fire that urged her forward. Each clash of steel became a symphony, the rhythm of war and love interwoven like threads in a tapestry, bright and dark, tragic yet beautiful. Juno fought with renewed vigor, her spirit unyielding, driven by the promise that love could rise again from the ashes of despair. She was a warrior, fierce and unrelenting, yet in the depths of her heart, she was also a lover, aching for the reunion that felt tantalizingly close yet impossibly far. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield. As the cries of battle began to fade, the air thick with smoke and the scent of blood, Juno felt the pull of fate. She had not yet found him, but destiny had its own way of weaving the lives of lovers together, even amidst the chaos of war. Would she be able to bridge the chasm between them, to pull him from the brink and into her embrace? The echoes of their love thrummed in her veins, urging her onward. In the heart of a war-torn world, she was both the harbinger of destruction and the keeper of hope, embodying a truth so profound. In the intersection of love and war, where hearts are tested and souls collide, the power of love persists, eternally unwavering, forever intertwined with the fabric of existence. In the shadows of the grand citadel of Carthage, where the salt air kissed the stones and the cries of seagulls echoed like distant memories, a fierce goddess brooded. Juno, adorned with her crown of stars and a heart weighed heavy with old grudges, stood at the edge of her palace, her eyes narrowing like a hawk spotting its prey. The winds swirled around her, carrying whispers of fate and future, and with every breath, they reminded her of the man fated to bring ruin upon her beloved city, Aeneas. Her gaze pierced the horizon, where the ships of the Trojans glinted under the sunlight, their sails billowing like specters of doom. A surge of fire burned within her, igniting an ancient resentment that had festered since the fateful judgment of Paris, when she was denied the golden apple. The thought of a Trojan, a descendant of the enemy, becoming the founder of a new empire on the ruins of her beloved Carthage was unbearable. This was not merely a conflict of nations. It was a clash of destinies, an eternal battle between love and hate, between her protective instincts for her own and the inexorable pull of prophecy. As Aeneas and his weary followers approached the shores, Juno summoned her divine powers. Her heart raced. The excitement of vengeance coursed through her veins like wildfire. She called upon the winds and waves, stirring them into a tempest that would engulf the Trojan fleet. The thunder roared as if echoing her fury, lightning crackled above, and the sea heaved as if in sympathy with her plight. Yet, even in her wrath, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. What if fate was truly unchangeable? What if her attempts to thwart Aeneas only served to strengthen his resolve? With each passing moment, the storms raged, and the Trojans' cries of fear mingled with the crashing waves. Juno reveled in the chaos, momentarily blinded by her desire. But as she watched the scene unfold, an unexpected pang of empathy struck her. The Trojans were not mere invaders. They were refugees, haunted by the ghosts of their past and seeking a place to call home. Aeneas, with his noble heart and unwavering spirit, was not the monster she painted him to be. He was a man shaped by loss, driven by love for his fallen comrades and a fierce determination to honor their memory. The sea, now calmed by a sudden shift in her emotions, began to settle, revealing Aeneas amidst the chaos. He stood tall, his figure illuminated by the fading light, a beacon of hope even in despair. Juno felt a tremor within her, a flicker of admiration mixed with trepidation. Could she truly allow this man to fulfill his destiny? Each time she pondered, a new wave of turmoil surged within her. Yet her divine nature urged her on. In a fit of desperation, she sought the counsel of the other gods, gathering them in a room adorned with shimmering celestial light. Each deity, representing the different facets of the universe, had their own opinions, but all were wary of Juno's wrath. They knew her well. She could be both a shield and a sword, a protector and a destroyer. Why must we see him thrive? Juno's voice echoed, fierce and unyielding. Does he not bring with him the seeds of destruction? Yet he carries the weight of his people. One god murmured, casting a glance at the fierce goddess. Would you not be embracing the very fate you wish to avoid by opposing him? Their words struck deep, and the tension in the air weighed heavily like a storm cloud ready to burst. Juno's heart wrestled with conflicting emotions, the desire to protect her realm and the recognition of Aeneas's noble quest. Her thoughts swirled like the tempest she had conjured. Would her opposition only solidify his path? In trying to thwart him, was she inadvertently playing the role of a reluctant ally to fate? As the gods deliberated, Aeneas remained steadfast in his journey, facing each trial with a quiet strength that seemed to shine brighter than the sun. His resolve, filled with the weight of his ancestors and the love for his son, Ascanius, was palpable. Juno felt her heart twist, a mix of admiration and hatred swirling within her. This man could not be defeated by storms or snares. He was an embodiment of hope, a vessel of destiny. In a moment of vulnerability, Juno's thoughts turned to the prophecy itself. It was not merely a foretelling of events, but an intricate tapestry woven with strands of choices, sacrifices, and the sheer power of will. She understood then that the chain of fate had many links, and her actions, whether in support or opposition, would bring about unforeseen consequences. With renewed determination, she resolved to intervene. Instead of storms, she would deploy her cunning, crafting illusions and distractions that would lead him astray, diverting his path as she had done before. Yet, she could feel the tide of her own emotions battling against her. Each time she set a trap, a flicker of doubt gnawed at her. Was she the antagonist or merely a catalyst for Aeneas's journey? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Juno stood before her mirror-like pool, gazing into the reflection of her own heart. The storm within her raged on, a tempest of love and hate, vengeance and respect. She was the goddess of marriage and the protector of women. Yet here she was, feeling the gnawing desire to protect her realm at any cost. But was it worth it? Would she unleash chaos upon the world to satisfy her own grievances? The question echoed in her mind, endlessly looping, drawing her deeper into a realm of introspection. The weight of her choices loomed large, a burden that she could not escape. And as Aeneas stepped onto the shores, his destiny still unwritten, Juno knew that the story was far from over. Each encounter with him would chip away at her resolve, and each moment would pull her closer to the truth that lay buried beneath layers of pride and anger. Somewhere within her heart, a flicker of hope lit up, even as the shadows of doubt danced around her. Would she become the architect of his downfall, or would she find a way to embrace the fate that awaited them both? The winds whispered around her, filled with promise and peril, and the stage was set for a confrontation that would resonate through the ages. A dance between a vengeful goddess and a destined hero, entwined in a conflict that would shape the future of nations. But for now, the curtain remained drawn, and the audience held its breath, waiting for the next act to unfold, unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling just beneath the surface, waiting to erupt into a powerful climax of divine intervention. A peacock struts across the sunlit courtyard, its feathers fanned in a display of shimmering blues and greens, each eye-like spot glinting like jewels. The scene is mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, drawing the gaze of all who happen to pass by. Yet, beneath the beauty lies a weighty history, a tale told through vibrant plumage that stirs emotions deep within the soul. This is the essence of the peacock, a creature steeped in symbolism and myth, most notably as the revered messenger of Juno, the queen of the gods. In ancient Rome, the peacock was more than just a bird. It was a symbol of power, beauty, and immortality. Priests and priestesses would adorn themselves with peacock feathers, believing they carried the blessings of Juno herself. It was said that the vibrant colors represented the many facets of life itself: love, jealousy, strength, and grace, each feather whispering a secret of the universe. But as enchanting as it was, the peacock also bore the weight of darker connotations, a duality that echoed the complexities of existence. Juno, whose name struck fear and reverence into the hearts of mortals, was not just a goddess of marriage, but also a protector of women and a fierce defender of loyalty. Yet she was known for her fiery temper, especially when betrayed, and the peacock stood as her sentinel, a watchful eye in the sky. Legends say that when Juno's husband, Jupiter, strayed, she transformed his lover into a cow, sending the peacock to guard her. Each iridescent eye on the peacock's tail was said to be a reflection of the eyes of Argus. The hundred-eyed giant Juno commanded to watch over the cow, ensuring that no harm would come to her. The symbolism of the peacock as Juno's messenger was powerful, evoking both awe and fear. It became a reminder of the consequences of betrayal and the vigilance that accompanies love. As people admired the peacock's beauty, they were reminded of the delicate balance of trust and loyalty, emotions that have resonated through the ages. The creature became synonymous with the shifting tides of human relationships, a visual representation of the fragility of love and the strength that can be found in betrayal. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the courtyard, the peacock let out a call, a sound that echoed through history like a whispered warning. Its call, sharp and clear, was a reminder of Juno's presence, an omen that carried stories of heartache and joy. Those who listened felt an involuntary shiver, a goosebump rising on their skin, as if the weight of the goddess's gaze rested upon them, judging their choices, their hearts. Ancient artists captured the peacock's splendor in mosaics and frescoes, each stroke of color a testament to its divine association. In the grand halls of palaces, peacocks wandered freely, their vibrant plumage serving as a living tapestry that told tales of the gods and their entangled lives. They became a symbol of royalty, believed to bring good fortune and prosperity, inviting those who gazed upon them to consider their own destinies. One could almost hear the laughter of courtiers and nobles, mingled with the rustle of feathers. In a world governed by the whims of gods, the peacock stood proudly, a reminder that beauty and chaos often walk hand in hand. It was said that when a peacock spread its feathers, the gods themselves paused to admire the display, captivated by the intricate design that mirrored the very fabric of the cosmos. But there was something more profound lurking beneath the surface, a tension that crackled like lightning in the air. As the peacock strutted about, it carried stories of revenge and redemption. Juno's watchful eyes were not merely about beauty. They were a promise of justice for those who dared to betray. The bird became a harbinger of fate, a symbol of the cyclical nature of love and conflict. In the quiet moments of reflection, one could ponder the significance of the peacock's gaze. It saw all, from the smallest whispers of lovers to the loud cries of betrayal. Those who crossed paths with this majestic creature would feel compelled to analyze their own lives, haunted by the ghost of their choices. Each feather carried a memory, each eye a story yet untold, weaving a rich tapestry of humanity's trials. As dusk fell and shadows lengthened, the enchanting colors of the peacock's feathers began to fade into the twilight, leaving an unmistakable sense of longing in the air. The courtyard echoed with laughter that seemed to dance away, leaving only the soft rustling of leaves and the fading call of the peacock. It was as if time itself stood still, caught in a moment suspended between beauty and despair. The peacock, a creature of paradox, continued to strut proudly, inviting those who dared to approach to explore the depths of their own emotions. Its beauty drew them in, yet the intensity of its symbolism reminded them that love, like feathers, can be both a gift and a burden. The people around could feel the peacock watching them, as if Juno herself were reminding them of their choices, urging them to reflect on their own loyalty and the shadows that might lurk behind their radiant displays. With each passing moment, the peacock loomed larger in their minds, an eternal reminder of the divine connection between beauty and consequence. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the peacock's call transformed into a haunting lullaby, a melody that intertwined with the very fabric of existence, echoing eternally through the corridors of time. And in that twilight hour, as the world held its breath, the peacock remained, a timeless symbol of Juno's watchful presence, a messenger of the heart's complexities, poised to lead them into the next chapter of their story. In the dim light of a Roman scriptorium, quills scratched eagerly against parchment, the air thick with the scent of ink and ambition. The scribes, cloaked in their simple tunics, leaned closer to their work, hearts racing with the weight of their task. They were not merely copying texts. They were weaving a legacy, reviving the whispers of a goddess who had once walked among mortals. Juno, the fierce protector of women and guardian of marriage, lingered in their midst like a forgotten melody, her spirit igniting a spark of creativity that would reach far beyond the marble walls of the empire. Each stroke of a quill breathed life into her stories. Juno, once a figure of great reverence, began to take on a new form in the minds of poets and playwrights who saw her not just as the queen of the gods, but as a symbol of strength and resilience. In the aftermath of the fall of the Republic, her influence shimmered in the verses of the poets and the dialogue of the dramatists. They were captivated by her duality, her fierce protectiveness clashing with her jealousy. This tension, so palpable, was a reflection of human emotions, a mirror held up to society itself. Virgil, with his masterful pen, painted Juno with strokes of both admiration and caution in the Aeneid. The goddess stood watch over the fates of mortals, her mood shifting like the winds of the Mediterranean. She was a tempest of emotions, love and hate intertwined in her heart, reminding readers that even divine beings were not immune to turmoil. Juno's wrath brought storms, her anger echoed in the conflict of war. Yet, there was a softness to her, a protective instinct that resonated deeply with the Roman people who prayed for her favor. Her legacy was complex, a tapestry woven with threads of passion and pain. As time flowed on, Juno's influence seeped into the works of Ovid, who took her essence and twisted it into tales of transformation and desire. In his Metamorphoses, she was both vengeful and nurturing, a goddess who could shape the world with a mere thought. The stories danced with the vividness of life itself. Passions ignited, hearts shattered, and amidst it all, Juno reigned supreme. Her presence was a reminder of the power women held in their own lives, a fierce spirit that refused to be subdued. The tales burst forth with emotion, gripping readers and listeners alike, capturing the essence of longing and the pang of jealousy that danced through the human experience. The fiery legacy of Juno did not stop with the poets. In the theaters of Rome, her stories played out upon the stage, where actors donned masks that reflected her many faces. Each performance echoed through the grand halls, and audiences felt the weight of her emotions. The laughter, the tears, the triumphs, and the heartaches. The dramatic tension of her life unfolded in front of eager spectators, wrapping around them like a shroud. They could feel the pulse of Juno's spirit within themselves, the flicker of recognition as they understood the struggle for love, loyalty, and power. Juno's legacy also sparked discussions among philosophers and thinkers, who saw in her the embodiment of ideals and cautionary tales. They pondered her motivations, the fierce loyalty that drove her to protect her own, often at the cost of others. Was her jealousy a weakness or a fierce resolve? In their writings, they dissected her actions, questioning the nature of love and the consequences of vengeance. The emotions she stirred up were raw, ranging from admiration to criticism, echoing through the ages as they sought to understand their own humanity. But the shadows of Juno's past were relentless, haunting the very fabric of Roman life. Her legacy became a battleground for ideals and emotions, sparking debates that would ripple through history. Would the women of Rome rise to her strength or be crushed under the weight of her jealousy? The scribes, poets, and actors kept her story alive, their works crafting an indelible mark on the consciousness of a civilization that dared to grapple with such questions. With every quill stroke and every audience's gasp, Juno's legacy grew, an unstoppable force that infused the very essence of Roman literature. The tales of her trials and triumphs became intertwined with the identity of the empire, echoing through every street and home. The stories did not end. They morphed and evolved, continuing to inspire generations long after the last Roman soldier had marched across the sands of time. Through the ages, Juno remained an ever-present figure, a reminder of the strength and complexity of womanhood. Her spirit whispered to lovers, mothers, and warriors alike, urging them to embrace their own power, to fight for love, and to protect that which they held dear. The legacy of Juno was not just a part of history. It became a lifeline for those navigating the rugged waters of life, a reminder that even divine beings face challenges that resonated with the human experience. In the quiet moments of reflection, as the last candle flickered in the scriptorium, the scribes paused. They felt the weight of what they were creating, the pulse of Juno's spirit coursing through their words. They understood that they were not merely chronicling a tale. They were igniting a flame that would burn bright through the ages, a testament to the power of love, the danger of jealousy, and the enduring strength of a woman scorned. The stories whispered their promise, beckoning the next generation to take up the quill and continue the legacy, ensuring that Juno would never fade into obscurity. The heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing a dimly lit chamber filled with the scent of ancient parchment and the hushed whispers of 1,000 stories. Here, in this sacred space, the air crackled with a kind of energy that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of history. The figure of Juno stood at the center, her presence both commanding and enigmatic. She was not just a goddess. She was a symbol, a reflection of the very essence of womanhood itself. The flickering candlelight danced upon her marble skin, casting shadows that told tales of love, jealousy, and unwavering strength. As the centuries rolled on, the transformation of Juno became a captivating saga woven through the fabric of post-classical thought. She began her journey as the revered goddess of marriage and childbirth in Roman mythology, embodying the ideals of loyalty and protection. Yet, with each passing era, her image morphed, reshaped by the hands of philosophers, poets, and artists who sought to redefine her identity. In the early days, she was celebrated for her fierce loyalty to her husband, Jupiter, a beacon of fidelity and strength in a world often chaotic and turbulent. Her unwavering support was a source of empowerment for many, an ideal that women would later cling to amid shifting tides of societal norms. But as the light of the Roman Empire dimmed, so too did the clarity of Juno's role. The rise of Christianity brought with it a wave of skepticism towards pagan deities. Juno, once a revered figure, found herself cast aside as the world clamored for a new morality. She was reimagined, her fierce spirit diluted into the image of a jealous wife, a woman scorned. She became a cautionary tale, a shadow of her former self. The whispers grew louder, fueled by the fear that a strong woman could disrupt the harmony of the New World Order. Yet, even in this transformation, there was a flicker of resilience. Juno's complexities began to resonate in unexpected ways, as her narrative intertwined with themes of female empowerment and the struggle against oppression. Through the lens of medieval art, Juno's visage re-emerged, albeit altered. Artists painted her not just as a goddess but as a maternal figure, embodying the virtues of nurturing and protection. As they shaped her image, they infused her with a new layer of meaning. The Juno of this era was a guardian, a figure representing the sanctity of family and the bonds of motherhood. The shift from a divine ruler to a maternal icon was both a reflection of the changing societal values and a testament to the enduring spirit of womanhood. In the cathedrals that rose across Europe, stained glass windows captured her essence, an ethereal figure bathed in light, standing resolute against the backdrop of swirling darkness. As the Renaissance dawned, Juno experienced yet another rebirth. Scholars and artists began to explore the depths of mythology with renewed curiosity. Juno was once again a subject of fascination, her story begging to be told in a language that resonated with the human experience. The great minds of the time dissected her character, debating her virtues and vices. She became synonymous with the complexities of the female psyche, the emotional turmoil that comes with love and betrayal, loyalty, and rage. The poets sang her praises, using her agony and triumph as metaphors for their own struggles. They painted her not just as a goddess, but as a woman who navigated the treacherous waters of life, an embodiment of the eternal battle between desire and duty. In the shadow of the Enlightenment, Juno's transformation took on yet another dimension. Philosophers began to question the nature of femininity itself, analyzing how society viewed women through the prism of myth. Juno became a symbol of the fight for autonomy, a figure who inspired women to reclaim their narratives. Writers like Mary Wollstonecraft would draw on her story to argue for women's rights, using Juno's fierce independence as a rallying cry. The goddess, once relegated to the sidelines, emerged as a powerful icon in the burgeoning feminist movement, her narrative interwoven with the aspirations of women striving for equality. As the 19th century approached, the Industrial Revolution began to reshape the very foundation of society. With it came a new understanding of Juno, one that continued to evolve. She was no longer just a figure of mythology. She was a reflection of the struggles faced by women in a rapidly changing world. The suffragettes, armed with the ideals of equality and justice, invoked her spirit in their quest for the right to vote. They saw in her not just a goddess of marriage, but a champion of strength and independence. Juno's transformation became a testament to the resilience of women throughout history, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, they could rise and claim their power. The flame of Juno's legacy flickered into the 20th century, where she was embraced by modern thinkers and artists who sought to redefine femininity. Feminist movements reclaimed her narrative, interpreting her story through the lens of empowerment and liberation. She became a symbol of the complexities of womanhood, an archetype that encapsulated the tension between loyalty and personal freedom. Scholars debated her significance, while artists reimagined her image, creating works that celebrated her strength and vulnerability. With each retelling, Juno's transformation became more than just a historical account. It evolved into a living narrative that resonated with the pulse of every woman who fought for her place in the world. The chambers of history, once silent, began to echo with the voices of those who dared to challenge the status quo, each generation drawing strength from the goddess who bore witness to their struggles, their triumphs, their very existence. And so, Juno stood at the crossroads of time, her essence intertwined with the ever-evolving understanding of womanhood, a legacy that would continue to inspire, provoke, and ignite the flames of resistance in the hearts of those who dared to dream. In a dimly lit gallery, shadows dance across the walls, whispering the stories of centuries past. The air is thick with the scent of oil paint and varnish, as if the very essence of creativity has seeped into the wood and plaster. At the center of it all stands a magnificent canvas. Juno, the goddess of marriage and protector of women, radiates power and grace. Her presence commands attention, her gaze piercing through the layers of time, evoking a torrent of emotions that swirl in the space, igniting curiosity and reverence. As viewers step closer, they can almost hear the echoes of quills scratching against parchment in the studios of the Renaissance masters. Artists like Titian, with his mastery of color, painted Juno with an ethereal beauty, capturing not just her form but the very spirit of her divinity. In Titian's The Rape of Europa, Juno's fierce loyalty and protective nature leap off the canvas. Her expression is a mixture of wrath and sorrow, evoking the struggles of a goddess caught between love and vengeance. It's as if she whispers to the onlooker, urging them to understand the weight of her responsibilities, the burdens she bears for the sake of others. But the Renaissance was only the beginning. As the years flowed forward, Juno became a muse not just for painters, but for sculptors and poets, her image evolving yet remaining eternally powerful. Imagine the soft sound of chiseling stone in a sun-drenched workshop, where artists carved her likeness into marble. The statues stood tall, embodying her strength, each curve and line speaking of her importance as a protector. Each piece seemed to breathe, as if infused with the very essence of Juno's spirit, and in the eyes of the statues, there was a flicker of life that tugged at the hearts of those who gazed upon them. In the Baroque period, Juno transformed once again, cloaked in drama and emotion. Caravaggio's bold use of light and shadow breathed new life into her character. In his paintings, she is not merely a goddess but a woman of flesh and blood, filled with passion, her expressions raw and vivid. The tension in these works is palpable. You can feel the weight of her decisions pressing down on her shoulders. As the candlelight flickers, one might think they can hear her heartbeat, quickening with every choice she must make. As the epochs shifted, so did the portrayal of Juno. Romantic artists, with their brushstrokes filled with emotion, began to interpret her as a figure of longing and desire. The canvases pulse with color and energy, capturing her essence in a new light. The lush landscapes around her reflect her connection to nature, suggesting that she is not just a goddess of marriage but a guardian of love in all its forms. In these moments, Juno transforms into a figure of yearning, a representation of the human heart's deepest desires. The viewer can almost feel their own heart racing, mirroring the passion and intensity that radiates from these works. Yet, it is in the modern era where the interpretation of Juno takes a daring leap. Artists like Frida Kahlo, with her raw vulnerability, reimagine Juno in ways that challenge traditional narratives. Her paintings cry out with emotion, blending personal pain with the strength of femininity. In this context, Juno embodies the struggles of women everywhere, a goddess who is not just a distant myth but a reflection of the battles fought in everyday life. Kahlo's work resonates with those who have felt the sting of injustice, drawing them in with a magnetic force that leaves one breathless. The complexities of Juno's character ripple through the works of contemporary artists as well, who breathe fresh life into this ancient deity. They take inspiration from her tales, infusing them with modern sensibilities. Juno as a symbol of empowerment, a beacon of strength in a world striving for equality. Each brushstroke and sculpted curve tells a story, intertwining the past with the present, reminding us that her essence remains eternal. As the viewer steps back, they realize that Juno is not just a figure trapped in time. She is alive in the canvas, in the marble, in the very air of the gallery. Every artist, every era, has left a mark upon her, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion and history that stretches across centuries. And though they stand in a moment frozen in time, they are part of something greater, a continual dialogue that transcends the boundaries of art and time. With each work, Juno evolves, reflecting not just the ideals of the artists but the ever-shifting narrative of society itself. She becomes a mirror, reflecting the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who dare to look. The gallery hums with energy, and for a fleeting moment, it feels as if Juno herself might step down from her pedestal, intertwining her fate with those who admire her. And as the viewers linger in her presence, contemplating the stories woven into her image, one cannot help but wonder, who will portray her next? What new dimensions will be unveiled? What fresh emotions will surge forth? The art world continues to evolve, and with it, so too does Juno, a timeless goddess, forever reinvented, forever entwined with the human experience. The whispers of the past carry forward, beckoning new creators to join the conversation, to leave their own mark on this iconic figure. As the shadows lengthen and the lights dim, the energy in the gallery crackles with anticipation. The story of Juno is far from over, and the canvas awaits the next brushstroke, the next emotion to be captured in her likeness. Each moment spent in her presence is an invitation to reflect, to feel, to connect with the threads of history that bind us all. And as the viewers turn to leave, they carry with them the weight of her legacy, the memories of her power, and the promise of what is yet to come. A tapestry that continues to unfurl, a story that is still being written. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, a woman stood tall among the gods, her presence as commanding as the thunderous storms that roamed the skies. Juno, the queen of the gods, was far more than a mere figurehead. She was the very essence of strength, jealousy, and fierce devotion. Her story was woven through the ages, a tapestry rich with emotion and conflict, an echo of every woman who dared to stand up for love and loyalty, yet faced betrayal and heartache. The early Romans revered her as the protector of their city and families, and in those moments, she was the embodiment of nurturing strength. They believed she watched over the wombs of mothers, ensuring safe births and prosperous offspring. The temple dedicated to her in the Forum, with its towering columns and intricate carvings, became a sanctuary for those seeking her favor. People came to her with offerings, whispering their hopes and fears, believing that she held their destinies in her hands. Yet, lurking beneath this surface of maternal grace was a tempest of emotions. History shows Juno often played the role of the wronged wife, her heart heavy and her spirit ignited by the infidelities of her husband, Jupiter. The stories of their tumultuous romance echoed through the streets of Rome, tales of love twisted into jealousy. It was said that she would unleash her wrath upon the cities that Jupiter favored, casting storms and chaos upon those who dared to share his affection. The skies would darken, and thunder would roll, as if the very heavens mourned her pain. With each story told, Juno's character shifted. She was no longer just a nurturing goddess but a fierce warrior, a protector of women scorned. Her struggles mirrored the lives of many, making her relatable and revered. The Romans could feel her rage pulsing through their veins, igniting their souls with the fire of rebellion. This duality captured the hearts of those who worshipped her, for in Juno, they saw not just a deity, but a reflection of their own challenges and victories. As the centuries rolled on, Juno became synonymous with the essence of Rome itself. Her image graced coins, and she was the muse for poets who sang of her beauty and strength. Yet with the rise of Christianity, her image began to fade. The temples once filled with candlelight and the scent of incense dimmed, and whispers of old stories turned into mere shadows. But still, in the hearts of many, she remained a guardian, a fierce protector, and an embodiment of the complexities of love. In the Middle Ages, her spirit transformed yet again. Juno was recast in the light of noble ideals, becoming associated with the virtues of fidelity and marriage. Women invoked her name during weddings, seeking her blessings as they stepped into new lives. The stories of her jealousy morphed into tales of unwavering loyalty, emphasizing the sanctity of love in the face of adversity. The echoes of her past, however, still reverberated through these new tales, casting a bittersweet veil over the celebrations. The Renaissance brought a revival of ancient stories, and Juno was reborn amidst lush paintings and dramatic plays. Artists captured her in vivid colors, showcasing her as both stunningly beautiful and fiercely powerful, a goddess who commanded respect. Yet, even in this era of admiration, the wounds of betrayal remained. She was portrayed not just as a queen, but as a woman navigating the treacherous waters of love and power. The haunting expressions on her face, immortalized in canvases, seemed to whisper stories of heartache and strength, prompting viewers to feel the weight of her struggles. As time flowed into the modern era, Juno's character evolved once more, adapting to the changing tides of society. She became a symbol for women who fought against oppression and the struggle for equality. Her name echoed in the suffragette movement, as women rallied together under her banner, seeking the rights and respect that had long been denied to them. Juno's image transformed once again, becoming a beacon of empowerment, a rallying cry for those who dared to challenge the status quo. Through the ages, Juno has remained a complex figure, embodying the very essence of the human experience. Her story is filled with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat, love and betrayal. Each iteration of her character reflects the struggles of women throughout history, encapsulating their battles, their strength, and their unwavering spirit. The whispers of her past still linger, igniting the hearts of many. In the quiet moments of reflection, when one feels lost or forsaken, Juno's spirit breathes life into the shadows, reminding us that love and loyalty can endure even the darkest of storms. As the world continues to turn, Juno stands at the crossroads of history and emotion, a timeless figure whose story will never truly end but will instead evolve, ever-changing and forever relevant, resonating through the hearts of those who dare to embrace the complexities of their own journeys. The tales of her past beckon, intertwining with the present, leaving an undeniable imprint on the souls of those who hear her name whispered in the quiet of the night. In those whispers lies the promise of resilience, a reminder that within every heartbreak lies the potential for renewal, echoing the strength of every woman who has ever loved fiercely and fought valiantly for her place in the world. On the morning of June 6, 1944, the world held its breath. As dawn broke over the coast of Normandy, thousands of soldiers braced for battle, stepping onto the sandy shores of a history that would forever mark their lives. Among them was 30, Juno, a code name that reverberated through the ranks, symbolizing bravery, sacrifice, and an unyielding spirit. The echoes of that fateful day resonate still, not just within the pages of history books, but in the vibrant tapestry of modern culture. In films, Juno is not just a beach. It is a symbol of resilience. Movies like Saving Private Ryan and Dunkirk powerfully manifest the emotions of that day, wrapping viewers in a cloak of fear and bravery. Cinematic portrayals of Juno and its soldiers transform the chaos of war into a symphony of human spirit. The camera sweeps across the faces of soldiers, eyes wide with terror, yet steeled with determination. The soundtrack swells, pulling the audience into a shared experience of hope against hopelessness. Music, too, pays tribute to the legacy of Juno. Bands and artists write songs that capture the raw emotions of those who fought. The haunting melodies of ballads remind listeners of the cost of freedom. Lyrics echo the bravery of young men who stormed the beach, their dreams sacrificed for a chance at a better world. The stories told through these songs keep the memory of Juno alive, each note like a heartbeat thrumming through time. Television shows often take a leaf from history's book, weaving episodes that reflect the sacrifices made at Juno. The gritty realism of series like Band of Brothers transports viewers to the battlefield. Each character is crafted with care, their struggles depicted with honesty. The lines between fiction and reality blur as audiences connect deeply with the characters, feeling their pain, their fears, and their triumphs. The intensity of their experiences reminds everyone that history is not just a collection of dates. It is a tapestry of human experiences, alive with emotion. Video games have also embraced the spirit of Juno, offering players a chance to step into the shoes of those who fought. Titles like Call of Duty and Battlefield throw players into the chaos of battle, immersing them in a world where every decision counts. The adrenaline rush is palpable as players storm the beaches, mimicking the strategies of their predecessors. The clashing sounds of gunfire and explosions ring in their ears, creating a visceral connection to the struggles of the past. Gamers become part of a narrative that doesn't just entertain but educates, allowing them to feel the weight of history on their shoulders. Art, too, recognizes the power of Juno. Artists paint vivid depictions of the landings, capturing the stark contrast between the serene coastline and the brutality of war. Each brushstroke tells a story of valor and loss, of lives interrupted. The visual impact draws viewers in, making them ponder the sacrifices made on that hallowed ground. Galleries display these works, ensuring that the legacy of Juno remains etched in the minds of those who come to appreciate the delicate balance between beauty and destruction. Literature, too, finds a wellspring of inspiration in the events of Juno. Authors write gripping novels that delve into the psychological struggles faced by soldiers. Through their words, they transport readers to the front lines, allowing them to feel every heartbeat, every hesitation, every moment of doubt. The narratives unfold like a gripping tapestry, where each thread represents a life changed forever. In those pages, the essence of Juno lives on, reminding us that even in the darkest times, light can emerge. Social media platforms buzz with discussions about Juno, as history enthusiasts share stories, photos, and personal accounts. The digital age breathes new life into the past, creating a global community of individuals united in remembrance. Hashtags like #JunoBeach and #D-Day spark conversations that span continents, bridging generations who seek to honor the courage it took to fight for freedom. With each post, the memory of 30. Juno becomes more than just a historical reference. It transforms into a living narrative that continues to inspire and educate. The spirit of Juno can even be felt during annual commemorations and ceremonies. Veterans, families, and communities gather to pay tribute, their emotions palpable in the air. The sound of bagpipes fills the atmosphere, a haunting reminder of what was sacrificed. Tears are shed, stories are shared, and the legacy of Juno is renewed. These moments connect the present to the past, weaving together lives in a shared commitment to honor those who gave everything. As time moves on, the memory of 30, Juno remains like an unyielding flame, flickering but never extinguished. It whispers through the ages, urging new generations to remember the sacrifices made in the name of freedom. It is a testament to human courage that transcends time, echoing in the laughter and tears of those who remember. While the sands of Juno may shift and time may erode the memories of that day, the spirit of those who fought continues to inspire. In modern culture, the legacy of Juno is a living, breathing phenomenon. It challenges people to confront their own fears, to stand up against injustice, and to embrace courage in the face of adversity. It tells the story of not just a battle, but of the human spirit, one that longs for freedom, one that yearns for peace. Every note of music, every frame of film, every word of literature serves as a reminder that those who fought at Juno did not just fight for their own lives, but for the lives of countless others. In the chaos of modern life, the tale of 30, Juno beckons. It invites everyone to reflect, to feel, and to remember the price of freedom. A price paid by brave souls who are honored in myriad ways, from the silver screen to the canvas, from the battlefield to the everyday conversations that keep their stories alive. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced as flickering candle flames cast a warm glow over the faces of women who gathered to whisper their truths. Each one was a storyteller, weaving tales of struggle, resilience, and defiance against the tides of a world that often silenced them. They spoke of Juno, the mighty Roman goddess, whose stories echoed through time, resonating with the very essence of femininity and power. Her presence loomed large, a figure both revered and misunderstood, embodying the complex interplay of gender and authority. Juno, known as the protector of women and marriage, was more than just a goddess. She was a symbol of strength and defiance in a male-dominated society. The women spoke of her duality, how, like them, she navigated the fine line between autonomy and expectation. Juno's story was not merely about a goddess standing beside the powerful, but about a woman who fought against the very structures intended to bind her. As they shared their thoughts, the room buzzed with emotions, a palpable sense of connection growing among them. Their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm of hope and struggle. In ancient Rome, women had limited rights, and their voices were often drowned out by the clamor of male authority. Yet, Juno represented a different narrative, one where women had agency. The women in the room felt this deeply. They recalled historical moments where Juno was invoked in times of strife, where her name sparked revolts and inspired whispers of rebellion among the oppressed. The tales of women who dared to claim their power echoed like a heartbeat, steady and resolute. They spoke of Livia, the wife of Augustus, whose influence over politics was a subtle reminder of Juno's power. Livia was not just a consort. She was a strategist, a woman who maneuvered through the treacherous waters of Roman politics with the grace of a goddess. Her cunning tactics and sharp wit challenged the norms of her time, reminding everyone that behind every powerful man often stood an equally powerful woman. Livia's legacy whispered through history, a testament to the unyielding spirit of women striving for recognition and strength. As the stories unfolded, the atmosphere shifted. Tension thickened, and the women began to reveal their personal battles against societal expectations. A young woman, her voice trembling yet fierce, shared her story of defiance. "I was told my worth was tied to my silence," she said, tears glistening in her eyes. "But like Juno, I yearn to be heard. I want to reclaim my voice." The room fell silent, the air heavy with shared understandings. Each woman nodded, their own stories of struggle resonating in that heartfelt moment, a collective acknowledgement of their fight against the insidious whispers of a culture that dictated their worth. Another woman, older and wise, leaned forward, recounting how Juno was often depicted as jealous, a descriptor that echoed through history as a means to diminish women's emotions. "They called her jealous," she said, "but what they deemed jealousy was her desire for respect and recognition. How often are our passions labeled as weaknesses?" Juno reminds us that to fight for our space is not jealousy. It's the validation of our existence. Her words hung in the air, igniting a fire within each woman present, a fierce urge to claim their narratives and redefine the terms of their existence. The stories flowed like a river, moving from the past to the present, blending history and emotion into a tapestry of resilience. They painted vivid pictures of women throughout time who, like Juno, stood at the crossroads of power and gender. Cleopatra, who wielded her charm and intellect to maintain her throne. Joan of Arc, who donned armor and led troops into battle, challenging the very fabric of her gender. And modern figures like Malala Yousafzai, who stood against oppression, echoing Juno's spirit in their relentless quest for justice. The room was electric, each tale igniting a spark of courage within the gathered women. They began to dream of change, imagining a world where they were not only heard but celebrated. Each story of struggle became a beacon, illuminating the path for those who would come after them. The shared experience transformed into a powerful movement, a connection that bound them together through time like an unbreakable thread. But as their voices rose, so did the stakes. Outside, the world remained a battlefield, with systems of oppression still wielding their power over those who dared to challenge. The women felt this looming threat, the shadows of history creeping closer. Fear and hope coexisted, a delicate balance as they faced the reality of their world. Yet, with every story shared, they fortified their spirit, drawing strength from the legacy of Juno and the countless women who fought before them. In that dim room, the palpable tension reached a peak, the air thick with anticipation. A sense of solidarity enveloped them, emboldening their resolve to stand firm against societal expectations. Together, one woman declared, "We are unstoppable. Like Juno, we will challenge the narratives that bind us." A chorus of agreement erupted, echoing through the walls, shaking off the chains of silence that had often held them captive. As the candle flames flickered, casting long shadows, the women felt the weight of their shared history and the promise of their future. They knew they were but a continuation of a legacy that transcended time, a legacy where women, like Juno, rise to claim their power and forge their destinies. The stories would never end. They would weave through the fabric of time, a continuous flow that would inspire generations to come, igniting the fire of change and resilience long after the candles burned out. The room pulsed with potential, the air humming with the unyielding promise of transformation, as they leaned into the strength of their collective voice, ready to face whatever came next. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows danced across the ancient stones of a forgotten temple, whispering tales of betrayal and heartache. A flicker of a torch revealed a figure crouched in the dark, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light that mirrored the stars above. She was not merely a woman. She was a storm of emotions, a tempest fueled by love and jealousy. This was the essence of the jealous wife, a powerful archetype woven into the fabric of mythology across cultures. From the moment the first whispers of love filled the air, jealousy began to weave its insidious thread. Consider Hera, the queen of the gods, her heart a battleground of passion and pain. Her husband, Zeus, a notorious lover, roamed the heavens and beyond, leaving a trail of heartbreak in his wake. With each new affair, Hera's rage boiled, a seething cauldron of betrayal that would not remain dormant. The tales spoke of her cunning and wrath, the way she summoned storms to exact revenge on Zeus's lovers. There were stories of her transforming rivals into grotesque forms, a painter crafting their despair in vivid colors. The very breath of the winds seemed to echo her fury, and with it, the weight of her anguish. In ancient Greece, the stories did not shy away from the visceral pain of jealousy. They painted vivid portraits of women who felt the sting of betrayal in their chests like a dagger piercing through flesh. Consider the tale of Medea, whose love for Jason became an unquenchable fire. When he left her for another, her heart twisted in agony. The darkness of her jealousy fueled a chilling resolve, and the world would never forget the price of her betrayal. The very children she had borne were not spared from the tempest of her wrath, sacrificed at the altar of her broken heart. A mother's love turned lethal, twisting into a haunting melody that would echo through history. The blood on her hands became a stark reminder of how jealousy could reshape destiny. Farther east, the tale of Kunti from the Mahabharata unfolded, a woman caught in a web of fate and jealousy. She was blessed with the ability to summon gods, and in her youth, she called upon the god of the wind, bearing a son, Karna. Yet, her marriage to King Pandu brought a different kind of turmoil. As the years passed, her heart was split, torn between the love for her sons and the jealousy of the other queens. The conflict raged within her, each whisper of love tinged with bitterness. The battlefield of Kurukshetra was not just a clash of armies. It was a manifestation of her inner turmoil, a reflection of the jealousy and love that had poisoned her relationships and spun the wheels of fate. Shifting to the barren deserts of the Middle East, the story of Sarah and Hagar unfolded in the pages of the Bible. Sarah, unable to bear children, offered her maid Hagar to Abraham, a gesture born of desperation. But as Hagar bore a son, the seeds of jealousy sprouted within Sarah. The bitterness grew until it became unbearable. Hagar fled into the wilderness, an emblem of a heart broken by jealousy. The echoes of Sarah's anguish could be felt in the desert winds, a reminder of how jealousy can twist even the most sacred bonds into something unrecognizable. As the tale spread across cultures, the jealous wife emerged not just as a figure of rage, but as a symbol of the complexities of love. In Norse mythology, Loki's wife Sigyn stood by him as he faced the wrath of the gods. Yet, when she discovered his duplicity, the warmth in her heart turned to ice. Her loyalty battled against her growing jealousy, and the tension crackled in the air like lightning before a storm. Each tale, each thread of anger and despair, painted a picture of a woman pushed to her limits. Her jealousy was not merely a flaw. It was a response to betrayal, a mirror reflecting the pain inflicted by those she loved. In the shadows of history, the jealous wife became an archetype that transcended time. From the chilling stories of ancient Greece to the poignant legends of the East, her presence loomed large. She was a reminder of the fragility of love and the darkness that could seep into the most cherished bonds. Each story was a brushstroke on the canvas of human emotion, a vivid portrayal of how jealousy could twist love into something monstrous. And yet, as the tales unfolded, one could not help but feel the deep sadness woven into these narratives. The jealous wife was often left alone, her heart heavy with unrequited love and betrayal. Her actions, driven by pain, led her down a path of destruction, leaving a wake of sorrow behind. The laughter that once filled her home was replaced by silence, echoing the emptiness that jealousy had carved into her soul. In every tale, the jealous wife stood at the crossroads, a choice lingering in the air like a charged atmosphere before a thunderstorm. Would she succumb to the darkness, or would she rise above it? The tension crackled, leaving the audience breathless, waiting for the next twist in her story, for the moment when love could either redeem her or lead her further into despair. Through the ages, the myth of the jealous wife persisted, reflecting the universal struggle between love and jealousy. Her story continued to unfold, a loop of emotion and tension, reminding all who listened that the heart is a fragile thing, easily shattered yet capable of deep love. The shadows of her presence lingered, ready to leap into the next tale, a whispering promise of more heartbreak, more passion, and more stories yet to be told. The ancient stones remained silent witnesses, waiting for the next chapter in a saga that has no end, drawing everyone into its relentless grip. A storm was brewing over Rome, dark clouds looming like the heavy weight of unspoken secrets. In the shadow of the grand temple dedicated to Juno, the queen of the gods, whispers floated through the air, mixing with the scent of rain-soaked earth and impending change. The statues of ancient deities seemed to gaze down with knowing eyes, as if they were witnesses to a world that had long since forgotten their tales. Yet, even as the past faded, Juno's legacy was striking a powerful chord in the hearts of modern minds. She was once seen only as a figure of jealousy and tempestuousness, a goddess scorned by her husband Jupiter's endless infidelities. But as scholars sifted through the dusty tomes and scrolls of forgotten libraries, they began to rediscover her true essence: a protector of women, a guardian of marriage, and a fierce advocate for the rights of the downtrodden. In the light of this renewed understanding, Juno emerged not merely as the vengeful wife, but as a symbol of strength, resilience, and the complexity of femininity. The impact of this transformation resonated far beyond the confines of academia. In theaters across the globe, playwrights revived ancient stories, crafting modern narratives that echoed Juno's struggles and triumphs. The scripts were alive with tension, capturing the essence of a woman who fought against the odds, whose voice was as powerful as the thunder that rolled outside the temple's walls. Audiences, captivated by her ferocity, found themselves cheering for a goddess who was no longer a mere relic of myth, but a role model for contemporary life. Artistic interpretations flourished, too. Painters dipped their brushes into vibrant palettes, capturing Juno in all her glory, her regal crown adorned with peacocks, her fierce gaze casting fire and ice alike. These images, bursting with emotion, ignited conversations about the struggles women faced, both in ancient times and today. Juno, once just a shadow among the gods, became a beacon for a new generation, a reminder that strength often blooms in the most unlikely of places. In the world of literature, Juno's reawakening sparked a revolution. Writers began to weave her into narratives that celebrated her multifaceted character. They transformed her into a fierce strategist, a woman who faced betrayal with grace and emerged from heartache with a renewed sense of purpose. Readers found themselves entranced, their hearts racing with every turn of the page, as they connected with her trials and victories. The words danced vividly before their eyes, breathing life into a goddess who had once been a mere footnote in history. The academic world, too, was stirred by a wave of interest. Feminist scholars pulled at the threads of Juno's story, revealing how her experiences mirrored those of real women throughout history. The discussions ignited passionate debates, sparking a fire in students and professors alike, as they recognized the importance of reclaiming narratives that had been silenced or twisted by time. Juno became a rallying point, not just for discussions about mythology, but for a broader conversation about agency, power, and the narratives that shape societies. Symbolism swirled around her like the winds of change. She was painted as the protector of the state, a fierce warrior defending her people from chaos, while embodying the very essence of community and family. In a world that often pits women against each other, Juno's story stood as a testament to collaboration and unity among women, a call to stand shoulder to shoulder and rise together. This exploration of sisterhood breathed new life into ancient myths, reconnecting them with the modern struggles and triumphs of women everywhere. The media took notice. Documentaries surfaced, spotlighting Juno's journey from a forgotten goddess to a modern icon. The camera captured the depth of her story, illustrating how a figure once shrouded in jealousy could evolve into a symbol of empowerment. Viewers were drawn in, captivated by the juxtaposition of her ancient trials against the backdrop of contemporary issues. Each frame echoed with the resonance of her struggles, reminding audiences that the stories of the past are woven into the fabric of the present. Even in popular culture, Juno's influence spread like wildfire. Television shows and films began to incorporate her essence into character arcs, depicting powerful women with complexities reminiscent of the goddess. Young girls, watching these portrayals, felt a rush of inspiration course through them. They laughed, cried, and cheered, seeing in these characters the embodiment of Juno's spirit, a fierce protector, a lover of justice, and above all, a woman who owned her narrative. In classrooms, her name was invoked, sparking discussions that transcended mythology. Students debated her decisions and motivations, drawing parallels to their own lives. The emotional weight of Juno's journey became a canvas upon which they painted their own struggles and victories. It was a connection that sparked a fire in their hearts, the realization that they were not alone in their battles, that their stories, like Juno's, could shape the world around them. As the shadows of the ancient temple flickered against the twilight sky, the legacy of Juno pulsed vibrantly through the lives of those who sought to reclaim their narratives. The storm that had once brewed above Rome now transformed into a cleansing rain, washing away misconceptions and igniting a passion for understanding. Juno, the once misunderstood goddess, stood tall, her story interwoven with the fabric of modern life, echoing through art, literature, and the hearts of women everywhere. The air crackled with emotion, a palpable energy surrounding her name, as young voices rose in a chorus of empowerment. A legacy reborn, unfurling like the wings of a peacock, glittering with the promise of change. As the last rays of sunlight faded into the horizon, the world braced itself for the next chapter. A chapter where myth and reality intertwined, where the spirit of Juno soared, casting shadows that illuminated the path for generations yet to come. The air was thick with tension, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for an eruption of emotion that could shatter the silence. In the dim light of a flickering candle, stories of powerful goddesses danced across the walls, echoing tales that have persisted through the ages. Each figure, adorned with symbols of power, represented an intricate web of jealousy, passion, and vengeance. The whispers of their narratives painted a vivid tapestry of envy that has threaded through human history, binding them in a shared experience that transcended time. In ancient Greece, the goddess Hera stood resolute, her presence both commanding and fearful. Known as the protector of marriage, she wore her jealousy like a crown, fierce and unyielding. The world knew her wrath, particularly towards those who dared to encroach upon her sacred bond with Zeus. Her jealousy birthed storms of rage. She was the one who unleashed the fury upon the Trojan War, spurred by the slight of not being chosen as the fairest among the goddesses. The apple of discord, thrown by Eris, ignited a fire that consumed not just the gods, but mortals too. Hera's journey through jealousy was not merely a reaction. It was a powerful statement about love, betrayal, and the lengths to which one would go to protect what was deemed sacred. Across the Mediterranean, in the realm of ancient Egypt, the goddess Sekhmet wielded her jealousy like a weapon, embodying both fierce protection and ruthless destruction. She was a warrior goddess, her lioness head a testament to her ferocity. When enraged, her jealousy could turn her into a force capable of annihilating entire armies. The stories told of how she transformed into a bloodthirsty lioness, her heart fueled by the betrayal and infidelity of those she once protected. Sekhmet's jealousy was not just personal. It was a cosmic balance, a reminder that even the fiercest protector could become a relentless avenger when wronged. Then there was the complex character of Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love, war, and fertility, who navigated the tumultuous seas of jealousy in her own way. Inanna was known for her passionate affairs, and with each lover, her jealousy flared like a wildfire, consuming all in its path. Her struggle was a dance between love and vengeance, as she descended to the underworld, driven by jealousy over her beloved's new affections. The tension in her heart mirrored the very essence of the human experience. Love intertwined with jealousy, creating a cycle that was both beautiful and tragic. Her tale reminds us that even the most powerful deities were not immune to the pangs of jealousy, reflecting a universal truth that binds us all. In the icy realms of the Norse pantheon, the goddess Freya embodied jealousy in a manner that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Revered for her beauty and prowess in battle, Freya became the center of envy among the other deities and mortals alike. Her enchanting beauty was not just a blessing. It became a curse that drew the eyes of many, igniting flames of jealousy that burned brightly in the hearts of those around her. Freya's jealousy led her to pursue the heart of her beloved, even if it meant sacrificing everything she held dear. The tension in her story is palpable. The stakes are high, as jealousy turns into a quest, one that might lead to love or loss. And then, in the shadows of lesser-known tales, the goddess Ishtar reigned, caught in a web of jealousy and desire. Known for her dual nature as both a goddess of love and war, her story took a darker turn when jealousy clouded her judgment. She pursued her lovers with fervor, but each betrayal ignited a fire that could burn the world. Ishtar's jealousy was a chaotic force, leading to battles that echoed through the ages. Her narrative is a reminder of the consequences of unchecked emotions, a cycle that repeats itself in the tales of mortals who mirror their divine counterparts. As the candle flickered, casting eerie shadows, the air crackled with the stories of these powerful goddesses. Their jealousy was not a mere emotion. It was a force that shaped destinies, igniting wars and forging alliances. Each story held a mirror to humanity, reflecting our own struggles, desires, and the tumultuous nature of love. The goddess's rage, passion, and jealousy painted a vivid picture of the complexities that define existence. The tales of these goddesses lingered in the air, connecting them across time and space, each representing a facet of jealousy that shaped not only their lives but ours as well. Their jealousy was a force of nature, a tempest that could inspire or destroy. As the flickering candle's light danced, it seemed to whisper secrets, inviting the listener to feel the weight of their stories, to embrace the raw emotions that tied them all together. Just as the stories began to settle into the quiet of the night, a new narrative emerged, one not yet told, a hint of intrigue that promised to deepen the understanding of jealousy's nature. It beckoned from beyond the realms of these well-known deities, hinting at the hidden forces of jealousy that lie in the shadows, waiting for their moment to rise. As the heart quickened with anticipation, the air thickened once more, and a new chapter loomed, ready to unfurl its secrets, echoing with the potent energy of those who have loved fiercely and fought passionately, reminding us that jealousy, in all its forms, is an ever-present force within the human experience. In the hushed halls of Olympus, tension hung in the air like charged electricity before a storm. Juno, the queen of the gods, paced restlessly, her mind swirling with the bitter taste of jealousy. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced on the marble floor, echoing her inner turmoil. She had always been a figure of strength and authority, but in this moment, the weight of her emotions threatened to break her. Jupiter, her husband, had once again set the world ablaze with tales of his latest romance. This time, it was with a mortal, a beautiful woman named Semele, whose laughter sparkled like sunlight on water. Juno's heart clenched at the thought, a feeling far too familiar, one that wrapped around her heart like a serpent, squeezing tight. The laughter of the mortals below echoed in her ears, a mockery of her own pain. Jealousy, that ancient beast, had long been her companion, whispering dark thoughts, feeding her insecurities, and painting a vivid picture of betrayal. Juno's fierce love for Jupiter was marred by the constant fear of losing him to another. With every tale of his conquests, that fear morphed into a vicious cycle, twisting her thoughts into a frenzy. But it was more than just jealousy. It was a profound sense of inadequacy that gnawed at her soul like a relentless tide. The jealous heart can find no peace. As she gazed out at the world below, the sight of Semele's radiant beauty struck her like a poisoned arrow. Was she not enough? Had her own allure faded? In her mind, she replayed memories of better days, when Jupiter's gaze had been solely for her, when she had been the envy of every goddess. The laughter of the mortals below seemed to mock her, reminding her of her own vulnerability. With each passing moment, Juno's heart hardened. The goddess of marriage should be revered, yet here she stood, consumed by the flames of envy. The gods could be cruel, and jealousy was a weapon that could cut deeper than any blade. Juno felt that sharpness the way it twisted within her. It was intoxicating, driving her to the brink of madness. As the night descended, Juno sought counsel from the stars. They twinkled in the vast expanse, seemingly indifferent to her plight. The gods, though powerful, were not immune to the emotional turmoil that plagued the heart. In her anguish, she remembered the stories of other deities, how Hera had once transformed a rival into a cow, how Athena had turned Medusa's beauty into a curse. Was vengeance the only answer? In the flickering candlelight of her chamber, her resolve crystallized. If Jupiter would not remain loyal, she would take matters into her own hands. A plan began to form, dark and devious, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Juno would not just be a victim, she would be the architect of her own destiny. A shiver of excitement coursed through her veins, mingling with the bitterness of betrayal. She summoned her trusted allies, the Furies, fearsome deities of vengeance who thrived on the chaos born of jealousy. Together, they would weave a web of mischief that would ensnare Semele. Juno's heart raced. The thrill of taking back control was a potent antidote to the poison that had seeped into her soul. She envisioned the chaos that would ensue, The heartbreaking screams, the anguished cries. Would it soothe her pain? Or would it deepen the wounds already etched into her heart? But the Furies, wild and untamed, were not only agents of revenge. They thrived on the chaos they created, feeding off the despair and suffering they left in their wake. With every whisper of dissent, Juno felt the walls closing in. The thrill of vengeance mingled with an unease that struck at her conscience, a flicker of doubt that questioned whether this path would truly bring her peace. That evening, as shadows lengthened and the stars blinked into existence, Juno sat alone in her chamber. The flames danced in the hearth, casting a warm glow that belied the cold ache in her heart. She thought of the countless mortals who had suffered from jealousy. Families torn apart, friendships shattered, lives ruined. Was she any different? The thought gnawed at her, twisting like a knife. The jealousy that once felt powerful now felt like a chain, binding her to her darkest impulses. She remembered the stories of her predecessors, how even the mightiest gods had fallen prey to jealousy, their actions spiraling into destruction. Was this the legacy she wished to leave behind? Yet, the spark of revenge flickered just beneath the surface, igniting a fire within her that was hard to extinguish. As she contemplated her next move, she felt a surge of energy, the kind that only the promise of vengeance could bring. She could hear the whispers of the Furies echoing in her mind, taunting her to act. There was electricity in the air, an anticipation of the chaos that was to come. Juno's thoughts spiraled, caught between the desire for vengeance and a glimmer of doubt. Could she sever the bond that had once felt so strong? Or would she, in her quest for retribution, sacrifice a piece of herself? The stars outside twinkled like 1,000 eyes watching her, judging her choices. With each heartbeat, the tension within her grew, a symphony of anger, sadness, and longing. Her jealousy had transformed into a storm, brewing and swirling, demanding to be unleashed. But as she stood on the precipice, ready to dive into the abyss of vengeance, she felt a whisper of something else. Was it regret? Or was it the flicker of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, she could find a different way to reclaim her power? The night deepened, and so did her turmoil, wrapping around her like a shroud. Juno was at a crossroads, but her heart, wild and untamed, urged her forward. And just as the darkness threatened to consume her, a flash of light pierced through, the realization that the true power of a goddess lay not in revenge but in self-acceptance. But would she heed that call, or would she plunge headfirst into the chaos that awaited her? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to be unveiled as the story continued, each heartbeat echoing the emotions that simmered within her, a restless tide that refused to be quelled. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, a bride stood at the threshold of a grand temple, the sun casting a golden glow on her delicate veil. Her heart raced, not just from excitement, but from the weight of tradition that thrummed through her veins. Today, she would be wed under the watchful eyes of Juno, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, whose influence stretched far beyond the sacred walls of this edifice, reaching deep into the very laws that governed Roman society. Juno was not merely a deity in the pantheon. She was the guardian of the sanctity of marriage. Her presence was felt in every binding vow exchanged, every union celebrated. As the bride took a deep breath, she felt the chill of history wrap around her like silk. It was not just her life being woven into this moment, but the threads of countless couples who had stood in her place, pledging their lives to one another with Juno's blessings. The ceremony began, and with every word spoken, the air thickened with devotion. Juno's influence loomed large, shaping Roman law to safeguard the sacred bond of matrimony. The ancient tradition dictated that for a marriage to be recognized, it had to be bound by consent, love, and the sanctity of family. Juno's laws transformed mere romantic unions into societal pillars, providing rights and protections that were revolutionary for women of that time. Yet, as the bride gazed into her groom's eyes, she realized that the stakes were high. The very breath of Juno could bless or curse a union, depending on the purity of intent. The couple held their breath, aware that the goddess was not only a figure of stability, but also a fierce protector of loyalty. Infidelity, in her eyes, was a sin that could shatter lives. In this moment, they were not just promising their hearts to each other. They were invoking Juno's might, pledging to honor her sacred edicts. It was easier for men to tread through the landscape of Roman law. They wielded power and authority, often controlling the fates of women who fell under their jurisdiction. A man could dissolve a marriage with a mere word, leaving a woman vulnerable, her status stripped away. But Juno's influence whispered through the legal texts, urging society to recognize a woman's worth beyond mere motherhood. The bride clenched her fists, the weight of her ancestors' struggles pushing her forward. She was part of a lineage that had fought for the very rights she now held, a testament to Juno's enduring power. The celebration erupted with laughter and music, but behind the vibrant facade, shadows flickered. Whispers of betrayal echoed through the halls. The bride was acutely aware of how quickly love could turn into anguish. Juno's presence was a fierce reminder of the consequences of broken vows. A story surfaced of a man who had forsaken his wife, leaving behind a shattered heart and a legacy of shame. The gods watched, waiting to see if retribution would come to claim the unfaithful. As the couple exchanged rings, the metallic bands glinted in the sunlight, a symbol of eternity forged in the fires of Juno's will. The rings represented more than love. They were a promise fortified by Roman law, which stated that once a woman entered a marriage, she became a part of her husband's family, her very identity intertwined with his. This union was not just a personal affair. It was a societal contract, binding them in the eyes of their community and under the watchful gaze of Juno. Yet, the bride wondered what it meant to belong. Juno's influence had given her a voice, but how often had women echoed their desires only to be silenced? In the arena of love, a woman's heart could be a battleground. The bride felt a pang of empathy for those who had come before her, whose voices faded into the annals of time, their stories left untold. She was determined that her voice would rise above the silence. As the ceremony unfolded, the priest called upon the witnesses, and each name spoken was a thread woven into the tapestry of the couple's life together. Friends, family, and even strangers watched, their gazes heavy with expectation and hope. Juno's essence permeated the air. Her spirit breathed through the rituals, commanding respect for the sanctity of marriage. No one could enter this bond lightly. It was sacred, and all present understood the weight of their presence. With each spoken vow, the tension thickened. Juno's laws mandated fidelity, and the consequences for those who strayed were severe. The bride's mind flashed to tales of punishment, of scandalous betrayals that had echoed through the streets of Rome, leading to a disgrace that reverberated for generations. Her heart ached for those lost souls, torn apart by the very laws that were supposed to protect them. Then came the moment when they were declared husband and wife, the crowd erupting in joyous cheers. Laughter mingled with tears, and the bride felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with fear. The weight of Juno's influence pressed down on her shoulders as she stepped into this new chapter of her life, a life filled with potential but fraught with the uncertainties of love. Every glance shared between the couple was laden with unspoken promises. Juno's presence was not merely a blessing. It was a promise of vigilance over their bond. The bride knew now that the true test of love lay not in the celebration, but in the quiet moments to come. Would they honor the goddess who had watched over them? Would they be true to each other? Or would the shadows of betrayal creep into their lives, threatening to unravel the very fabric of their union? The echoes of their vows lingered in the air. The celebration continued around them, a vibrant contrast to the storm brewing in her heart. The dance of love and loyalty had just begun, and as they stepped into the future, the weight of history loomed ever closer. The influence of Juno wrapped around them, a gentle reminder that love, like law, holds an unforeseen power, capable of binding them together or tearing them apart. In a time when the world sought to silence women, when their voices were often drowned out by the cacophony of male authority, there stood a figure who defied all expectations. Juno, the mighty queen of the gods, was not merely a character in ancient mythology. She was a beacon of strength, a vivid embodiment of female empowerment that pulsed through the ages. Her presence ignited a flame in the hearts of women, a torch lighting the way through the darkness of oppression. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the Roman Forum, whispers of Juno's strength floated through the air, mingling with the scent of burning incense and the soft murmur of devoted worshippers. Juno, revered as the protector of women, was a goddess who understood the struggles of motherhood and the fight for respect and equality. Her very essence challenged the norms, showcasing a woman who could wield power with grace and unwavering determination. In ancient Rome, where patriarchal systems ruled, Juno stood as a fierce advocate for women. She was the protector of marriage, a guardian of family, yet her influence stretched far beyond these bounds. In temples adorned with intricate carvings of her visage, women gathered to seek her favor, finding solace and strength in her steadfast presence. They prayed for her wisdom in navigating the treacherous waters of a male-dominated society, seeking guidance on how to stand tall and fierce against the tides that sought to push them down. As tales of Juno's might began to weave through the fabric of society, she became synonymous with resilience. History tells of Roman women who, inspired by her spirit, rose to prominence, pushing against societal constraints. These were women who dared to assert their rights, using Juno's name as a rallying cry. They were not just wives or mothers. They were leaders, warriors, and thinkers, each one embodying Juno's fierce spirit in their own extraordinary ways. Consider Livia Drusilla, the wife of Emperor Augustus. She was a woman who wielded influence from behind the curtain, using her intelligence and cunning to shape the course of Roman politics. In her quiet yet commanding way, Livia echoed Juno's essence, proving that a woman could hold power even when society insisted she should be seen and not heard. Women like Livia carried Juno's legacy, navigating the labyrinth of power with tenacity and grace, reminding the world that femininity and strength could coexist beautifully. But the spirit of Juno wasn't limited to the upper echelons of society. In the bustling streets of Rome, common women found empowerment in her name, rallying around her in times of hardship. The Vestal Virgins, sworn to maintain the sacred fire of Vesta, also embodied Juno's strength. These women, entrusted with the spiritual heart of Rome, held the power to influence the state's fortune. Their vows of chastity and service connected them to Juno, who fiercely protected her own. The Vestals, while cloistered away from the world, were guardians of a different kind, one that showed women could wield influence through devotion and duty, carving out their place in history. Stories of Juno's courage echoed through the ages, resonating with the struggles of women long after the fall of the Roman Empire. Her symbolism persisted, serving as an emblem of empowerment in times when women were often cast aside. The Renaissance, a period of rebirth, saw artists and thinkers reclaim Juno's spirit. Paintings depicted her not as a mere goddess, but as a woman of strength and substance. Each brushstroke portrayed her as an example for all women, an unwavering spirit amidst a sea of uncertainty. As the centuries rolled on, Juno continued to inspire movements that sought to uplift women. In the suffragette protests of the early 20th century, banners declaring "For Juno" flew alongside those demanding the right to vote. Women gathered en masse, drawing strength from the symbol of Juno, ready to dismantle the barriers that bound them. Each chant, each call for justice, echoed through history, a vibrant reminder of the power of women united under the banner of a goddess who had fought against the constraints of her time. In modern times, Juno's influence remains palpable. She has become a cornerstone in discussions about gender equality and female independence. With each passing year, her story evolves, shedding light on the struggles women face today. The fight for equal pay, representation, and autonomy reflects her enduring spirit. Women in every corner of the world stand tall, chanting her name in meetings, in classrooms, and in the streets, demanding their rightful place in society. Yet, as her legacy continues, there are moments of reflection, quiet yet powerful. Women gather in circles, sharing stories of their battles, their triumphs, recalling Juno's spirit that lives on in their struggles. They speak of the women who came before them and those who will follow, linking arms across generations, their voices a harmonious symphony of hope and resilience. With every tale told, the spirit of Juno swells, a tide of strength that refuses to be silenced. As the sun sets on another day, the legacy of Juno shines brightly, casting a warm glow on the paths of those who dare to walk in her footsteps. Her story is not just of the past. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to inspire, challenge, and empower. The echoes of her strength linger, urging women everywhere to rise, to speak, to claim their power, and to continue the fight that she began so long ago. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows over the ancient stones of Rome. The air was thick with the scent of impending rain, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the fading day. As the last rays of light flickered against the marble columns of the pantheon, a palpable tension hung in the air, whispering of change and loss. Juno, queen of the gods, had stood watch over the city for centuries, her presence a constant, unwavering force. Yet now, she sensed a shift, a tremor beneath the surface of her beloved empire. Amid the bustling streets, the chatter of the people faded into distant murmurs. They were unaware of the storm brewing above them, not just in the heavens but within the very heart of their civilization. Juno's gaze swept across the marketplace where offerings of bread and wine were exchanged, a vibrant tapestry of life. But the threads of that tapestry were fraying, and the goddess felt an ache in her divine heart, a premonition of what was to come. As Juno stood cloaked in her regal robes, the weight of her crown palpable upon her brow, she recalled the tales passed down through generations. Stories of glory, of triumph amidst adversity, of her fierce protection over the Roman people. She had been their steadfast guardian, fierce as a lioness, reigning over marriage and childbirth. Yet the very empire that had once worshipped her was beginning to turn away, lured by the intoxicating whispers of foreign deities, seductive in their promises of a new world. The shrines dedicated to her were now often empty, the incense that once filled the air now replaced by the acrid scent of neglect. Juno felt a shiver of betrayal, like frost creeping through the last remnants of summer. How could they forget her? Did they not remember the victories she had granted them? The fierce battles won under her watchful eye? The hearts of her beloved Romans beat in rhythm with her own, yet they now danced to the foreign tunes of gods they barely understood. In this moment of turmoil, a figure emerged from the shadows, an old priest, his face lined with the marks of time and wisdom. His hands trembled, not from age but from a burden that weighed heavily upon him. He approached Juno with reverence, fear etched into his eyes. "My queen," he whispered, "the people have begun to forsake our ways. The altars of Jupiter and Mars remain adorned, yet yours sit bare. They seek new paths, new gods." Juno's heart sank. How could they turn their backs on her? A tempest of emotions swirled within her, rage mingling with sorrow. She had poured her essence into the lifeblood of Rome, and now they sought to replace her with shadows. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice a low, trembling echo of the storm that raged within. The priest hesitated, caught between loyalty and despair. "You must remind them of your power. Show them your strength." His words ignited a spark within her, fierce and bright. She could not allow her legacy to fade into obscurity. With a surge of determination, Juno ascended to the rooftops of Rome, her spirit soaring high above the city that cradled her heart. She called upon the winds, commanding them to carry her cries across the valleys and hills. "Remember me," she bellowed, her voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Remember the glory of the Roman spirit. I am Juno, sovereign of this realm." The clouds gathered, swirling ominously. Thunder rolled like a drum in the distance, echoing her call. The people below looked up, their expressions shifting from indifference to unease. Some gasped, while others shielded their eyes from the darkening sky. As lightning tore across the heavens, illuminating the pantheon, fear began to grip the hearts of those who once turned away. They sensed a reckoning, an awakening that sent chills down their spines. Juno's presence crackled in the air like static, alive and powerful. Yet, Even as she roused their memories, doubt crept into her heart. Would this show of might be enough? Would they truly remember the days when her blessings flowed like honey, sweetening their lives? Or had the allure of new gods already woven too deeply into their souls? In the days that followed, Juno roamed the city, cloaked in shadows, unseen yet ever watchful. She witnessed the rituals held in honor of strange deities, their followers dancing with fervor, their voices rising in ecstatic praise. Each chant pierced her heart like a dagger, each offering to another god echoing her pain. Her temples stood silent, the echoes of her past reverberating in the hollow spaces left behind. One fateful evening, beneath the weight of a full moon, she decided to confront the very embodiment of her fear. In the heart of the city, in a gathering of those who worshipped the new gods, Juno revealed herself. The moonlight danced upon her figure, casting an ethereal glow that captured the attention of the crowd. Gasps rippled through them as she stepped forward, her eyes blazing with divine fury. "I am Juno, guardian of Rome," she proclaimed, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "How dare you turn your back on me, the one who has breathed life into your victories? Do you not feel the tremors of fate, the threads of your destiny unraveling?" The crowd stood frozen, caught between awe and fear. Some dropped to their knees, trembling at the sight of their once-beloved goddess, while others, emboldened by the new beliefs, jeered. They could not fathom the power of the ancient goddess before them, nor the storm she was about to unleash upon them. Juno's heart raced as she prepared for the confrontation. The tempest within her surged, a violent storm of emotions, a desperate plea for recognition. She had to fight, not just for herself, but for every soul that had once known her love. She would not be forgotten. She would not fade away. With every ounce of strength, she summoned the elements around her, the winds howling and the earth trembling beneath her feet. The heavens roared in response, unleashing a fury that mirrored her own. The crowd gasped, fear mingling with awe, as lightning struck dangerously close. In that moment, Juno knew she had to make a choice. Would she unleash her full wrath upon the people she had loved, or would she find a way to draw them back to her heart? The choice weighed heavily upon her, a weight that threatened to crush her very essence. The storm raged on, and as the winds howled, a flicker of hope danced within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to remind them of who she was, to reignite the fire of devotion that had once burned brightly. As the lightning illuminated her fierce eyes, Juno prepared for a final push. In the depths of her being, she could feel the tide shifting, the hearts of the people beginning to tremble in response to her call. The echoes of the past began to weave through their minds. But would it be enough to save her? The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the ancient ruins. Dust danced in the soft evening light, swirling above the remnants of what was once a vibrant temple dedicated to Juno, the Roman goddess of women and marriage. In that fleeting moment, when shadows stretched long and whispers of history brushed against the skin, the past felt tantalizingly alive. Archaeologists, their hands stained with earth, lifted their tools, breaking the silence with gentle taps against stone. Each strike resonated with urgency, a heartbeat echoing through the millennia. The temple of Juno lay before them, a grand structure that had once commanded reverence and awe. Now, it lay shrouded in mystery, its stones burdened with secrets patiently awaiting revelation. As they sifted through layers of soil, their fingers brushed against fragments of pottery, delicate shards adorned with intricate designs, each telling a story from a time when offerings of honey and wine were poured out in supplication to the goddess. The sight of those ancient fragments sent shivers down their spines, for each piece of pottery was a tangible connection to lives once lived, hopes once cherished. There was something electric in the air, a sense that the very soil held breath, waiting to divulge its stories. An unexpected glimmer caught one archaeologist's eye. She knelt, heart racing, as she brushed away the dirt to uncover a small bronze amulet shaped like a crescent moon. This was not just an ornament. It was a symbol of Juno herself, a relic meant to invoke her protection. The amulet was a spark, igniting a flame of curiosity that would burn brightly in the hearts of all who sought to understand the significance of this goddess in the tapestry of Roman life. The deeper they dug, the more they unveiled. A mosaic floor that lay partially obscured by time. The tiles, vibrant and colorful, depicted scenes of myth and reverence, where Juno stood resplendent, surrounded by symbols of fertility and power. With painstaking care, the team worked to reveal the full image, their breaths held tight in unison as if the act of exposing it might somehow awaken the spirits of the past. Each day brought new discoveries, but it was not without its challenges. Weathered stone walls that had withstood centuries now threatened to crumble. The tension among the team grew palpable as they fought against nature's relentless grasp. Their dreams of uncovering the temple's full glory teetered on the brink, each setback a reminder of the fragility of history. The stakes were high, and the ghosts of those who once worshipped Juno seemed to watch, their silent presence a reminder of the weight of their task. The archaeological site transformed into a theater of emotions. Late one evening, under a starlit sky, an unexpected thunderstorm rolled in, rain drumming heavily against the earth. The team huddled beneath makeshift shelters, their hearts heavy with the fear of loss. Just as they thought all would be washed away, a flash of lightning revealed a silhouette against the darkened sky, the majestic outlines of the temple, still standing strong, a testament to resilience. With dawn came clarity and renewed determination. As the storm ravaged the landscape, the team moved with purpose, knowing they were on the brink of something monumental. The discovery of an altar, the very place where offerings were made, sent chills through them. This altar, stained with the remnants of sacrifices long past, was a portal to an era when faith intertwined with daily life, a place where love was sought and blessings were bestowed. Then, a breakthrough came when they unearthed a series of inscriptions carved into the stone. These texts, written in Latin, spoke of rituals dedicated to Juno, a vivid portrayal of how deeply enshrined the goddess was in the lives of her worshippers. The words were not just letters. They were echoes of prayers, desires, and fears. The team gathered around the inscriptions, voices hushed, as they shared translations that painted a picture of devotion, a fervent plea for guidance and protection. Each revelation brought new layers of understanding. The emotions were raw, joy for what they had found, but also a poignant sense of loss for the lives that had once revolved around these practices. The thought that these rituals, once vibrant and full of life, had faded into history was almost unbearable. Yet, in that very realization, a beautiful paradox emerged. The past was not merely gone. It was alive in spirit. As weeks turned into months, they continued to peel back the layers, often losing track of time in the process. The site had become a second home, where laughter mingled with tears, and triumph danced alongside frustration. Every breakthrough strengthened their resolve, each fragment of history adding weight to their shared experience. The bond they formed was as strong as the stones they unearthed, interwoven by shared purpose and unyielding passion. Then came the day when shadows stretched across the land once more, this time not from the setting sun, but from the looming presence of a sudden archaeological find. An underground chamber, hidden, untouched, and cloaked in dust, was discovered beneath the temple's main altar. The air buzzed with electricity as they prepared to enter. What lay within could rewrite everything they thought they knew about Juno and her followers. With hearts pounding in unison, the team descended into the darkness. The chamber, strangely preserved, held offerings left to Juno, jewels, oils, and figurines crafted with exquisite detail. Each item whispered of devotion, of hope and longing. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as they illuminated the chamber with their torches. The flickering light danced upon the walls, revealing frescoes that depicted the goddess in all her glory. In that moment, as the room breathed life into the past, a wave of emotion crashed over them. They were not merely archaeologists. They were witnesses to sacred moments, guardians of the stories that shaped civilizations. The rediscovery of Juno was no longer just an academic pursuit. It was a vivid reminder of love, faith, and the human spirit's unrelenting quest for connection. And just as the echoes of the past began to intertwine with the present, a distant rumble reverberated through the earth, a reminder that history was not just a series of events. It was a force that shaped the world, continually evolving, continually alive. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a woman sits cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by crystals and ancient artifacts, her fingers gently tracing the intricate designs of a Roman coin. Its surface bears the image of Juno, the revered goddess, who once held sway over the lives of countless individuals in the ancient world. As she closes her eyes, the weight of history settles around her like a warm blanket, and the air is thick with the whispers of the past. What secrets does Juno hold for the souls of today? Juno, known as the Queen of the Gods, governed marriage, fertility, and the protection of women. Her presence was palpable in the very fabric of Roman life, a guiding force that intertwined with love and loyalty. In temples adorned with marble and gold, her followers gathered to seek her blessings, offering prayers and sacrifices. Each votive candle lit in her honor flickered with hope, illuminating the desires of those yearning for her grace. Fast forward to the present, and her legacy echoes through the corridors of modern spirituality. The woman in the candlelit room, a practicing witch, feels the pull of Juno's influence as she prepares for a ritual. With each breath, she channels the strength of the goddess, embracing the energy of femininity and empowerment that Juno embodies. In her heart, she knows that the goddess is not merely a relic of the past. She is alive, a vibrant symbol of resilience and protection. Across the globe, others like her share a profound connection to Juno. They gather in circles, their voices rising in unison as they chant her name. Each syllable reverberates with centuries of devotion, intertwining the past with the present. These women are reclaiming their power, understanding that Juno's essence transcends time and space. They are the modern-day priestesses, invoking her spirit to guide them through challenges, just as women did in ancient Rome. In bustling urban centers, Juno's legacy manifests in unexpected ways. A young couple stands before a small altar in their apartment, their hands clasped in prayer. They seek Juno's blessing for their union, a ritual that echoes the ancient traditions of their ancestors. The striking contrast between their concrete surroundings and the timeless rituals they embrace ignites a spark of connection. In that moment, they are not just a modern couple. They are the continuation of a legacy that has endured for millennia. The goddess's influence seeps into the fabric of contemporary rituals, inviting reflection and intention. Workshops dedicated to her teachings flourish, where participants learn to harness the power of intention and manifestation. The energy in these spaces crackles with possibility, as people share stories of love, loss, and the quest for belonging. Juno's spirit dances among them, reminding each soul that they are worthy of protection and love. As night falls, the moon casts a silver glow over a gathering in a forest glade. A circle of women, united by their reverence for Juno, lift their voices in song. The sound is intoxicating, a blend of laughter and tears, echoing through the trees. They celebrate their strength, sharing stories of overcoming adversity, of finding their voices in a world that often seeks to silence them. In each tale, Juno's essence thrives, a reminder that the fight for empowerment is a shared journey. Among the participants is a girl with fiery red hair, her spirit ablaze with passion. She feels a connection to Juno that transcends time, as if the goddess herself is guiding her steps. When she speaks of her dreams, her voice trembles with conviction. "I want to help others find their strength," she declares, her words igniting a fire in the hearts of those around her. In that circle, Juno's legacy transforms into a living, breathing force, urging each woman to step into her power. Yet, as the evening progresses, a sudden chill sweeps through the glade, causing an uneasy hush to fall over the group. A storm brews in the distance, and the women can feel the energy shift. It is a reminder of the duality of Juno, the protector and the warrior, the nurturer and the avenger. The air crackles with anticipation and fear, reflecting the complexities of their own lives. As lightning illuminates the sky, the women grip each other's hands tighter, drawing strength from one another. They chant louder, calling on Juno's fierce spirit, seeking her protection against the elements. The storm is a metaphor for their struggles, but in their hearts, they know that like Juno, they are capable of weathering any tempest. Their shared vulnerability bonds them, creating an unbreakable thread of sisterhood that resonates through time. At that moment, the girl with the red hair feels a surge of energy course through her. She lifts her voice above the chaos, urging her sisters to remember their power. "We are Juno's daughters. We are warriors. We will not be broken." The intensity of her words cuts through the storm, her passion igniting a fire within the group. The storm rages on, but the women stand strong, emboldened by the spirit of Juno. In that sacred space, the veil between the past and the present thins, and the goddess herself seems to walk among them. They can feel her presence pulsing in their veins, a reminder that they are never alone. The echoes of ancient prayers blend with contemporary hopes, creating a symphony of strength and resilience. As dawn breaks, the storm subsides, and a sense of calm blankets the glade. The women gather their belongings, their hearts full of gratitude. They leave with a renewed sense of purpose, their spirits intertwined with the unwavering legacy of Juno. Each step they take is a testament to the strength they've found in one another, a reflection of the goddess who has guided them through the storm. In homes, rituals, and gatherings, Juno's influence continues to ripple across the world. She stands as a beacon of hope, a reminder that the spirit of the goddess is alive in every heart that seeks empowerment. Juno's legacy is not merely history. It is a living force, shaping the paths of those who dare to walk in her light. In every prayer, every ritual, and every shared story of strength, her spirit intertwines with the lives of contemporary seekers, forging connections that transcend the boundaries of time. As the sun rises, illuminating the world with warmth, the woman in the candlelit room opens her eyes, a sense of purpose ignited within her. She knows that her journey has just begun, and the spirit of Juno will guide her every step. The past, present, and future converge in a powerful embrace, and the legacy of Juno lives on, vibrant and unyielding in the hearts of those who dare to believe.